Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Will the secretary please take roll?
Senator Doñate,
Here.
Senator Neal, Senator Severs-Ganser.
Here.
Assemblywoman Considine,
Present.
Assemblyman Hafen,
Here.
Assemblyman Orentlicker,
Here.
Assemblyman Urick, and Chair Bacchus.
Present. And please mark Senator Neal absent excused if she's unable to make it, but if she does get online, do please mark her present. We have 7 members present, so we have quorum. I would like to welcome to our audience and committee members here in Las Vegas, as well as in Carson City, and anyone watching or listening over the internet. If you have not already done so, please mute all of your electronic devices. Persons wishing to testify today, please sign in at the table by the door. Before beginning to testify, please present a business card to the committee secretary and state your name clearly for the record. We'll try to be polite, but there are some times if you don't state your name for the record, I may just kind of interrupt you and just remind you to state your name. We will move to our third agenda item, which is public comment. Because of time considerations, we would just ask each person offering testimony during this period of public comment to be limited to 3 minutes. To call in to provide testimony during this period of public comment in the meeting anytime. We'll also have public comment at the conclusion of our meeting today. But the number to dial into is 669-900-6833. And when prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 854-0035-6576 and then press the pound sign. When prompted for the participant ID, just go ahead and press pound. To resolve any issues related to dialing in to provide public comment for this meeting, please call 775-684-6990. With that, I would go ahead and open up public comment down here in Las Vegas. Anyone wishing to give public comment this morning, please make your way to the front. I don't see anyone here wanting to give public comment. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to give public comment this morning?
No, Madam Chair.
Doesn't look like we have any. Thank you so much, Senator. With that, we'll go ahead and move to the phone lines. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone lines wishing to give public comment this morning?
Chair, your line is open and working, but we have no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. With that, we'll go ahead and move to agenda item 4, which is the approval of the minutes from the January 23rd, 2024 meeting. Members should all have a copy of those meeting minutes in our materials, and they've also been provided to the public. If I can, do we have anyone who wishes to make any changes to the January 23rd, 2024 meeting minutes? With that, I would accept a motion to approve the minutes from the January 23rd, 2024 meeting.
I'll second.
With that, I have a first from Assemblyman Urick and a second from Assemblywoman Considine. Those in favor say aye. Oh, sorry, before we do that, anyone have any comments regarding the motion? Okay, with that, I would accept those that approve the minute meetings say aye. Those opposed say nay. The minutes from the January 23rd, 2024 meeting are approved. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item 5, which is an overview and discussion of workforce development programs in the state of Nevada. I would just like to first start off by thanking everyone for putting together presentations. I know we had asked a lot of questions and scope from each of you regarding the presentation. And so I appreciate the time that each of you have taken to put that together. With that, we'll go ahead and start with Workforce Connections. I believe we have Jamie Cruz, the Executive Director from Workforce Connections, and I will invite Jamie and his team to the front at this time. And please feel free to begin when you're ready.
Good morning, members of the committee. Madam Chair, should we just start with the presentation? I know the format came in 9 questions, so at your pleasure, we can just go through the questions if you like.
Mr. Cruz, whatever is easiest for you. If you want to do your presentation, if the presentation has the questions, that's fine. And if not, if you want to touch on them at the end, we're fine with whatever's easiest for you guys.
Very good. Thank you. We'll proceed then. Somebody want to drive that one? Okay. So this is us, who you see in front of you. Of course, I serve as the Executive Director. Irene Bustamante Adams is our Deputy Director and Chief Strategy Officer. Dr. Villalobos, our Chief Programs Officer, and Brett Miller, our Strategic Analysis Manager. Those we're all here in case you have any questions. Next slide, please. I think we'll start. The first question talks about, please provide an overview of workforce development programs offered by your organization. If applicable, please specify whether these programs are designed or targeted for certain individuals and occupation. There'll be more about this in the next question, but just to give context, usually the public workforce system across the nation is called the one-stop system, and it's funded in its majority by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which before that used to be called the Workforce Investment Act, before that the Job Training Partnership Act, before that CEDA, and before that the Manpower Act. But it's got decades of life now of the federal government funding these programs. This diagram kind of shows the 17 buckets, which is asked about later. If you would click once, please, Brett, for me, you can see that in our case here in Nevada, the 2 local boards administer one of the 17 buckets called Title I, or Adult Dislocated Worker and Youth. And as we'll see later, that we'll see what percentage of the system that represents. To tell you a little bit about, so there's 2 things local boards are asked to do in the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, 2 high-level things. Number 1, convene this ecosystem you see here in American Job Centers in each one of our local areas or regions. And for Workforce Connections Southern Nevada, for Nevada Works Northern Nevada. And the second thing is to directly administer this one of 17 programs called WIOA Title I Adult Dislocated Worker and Youth. Quickly, it's targeted towards people that are 18 years age of older. This is the adult program, who face barriers to employment. So they're unemployed, underemployed, low-income, public assistant, individuals with disabilities, veterans, reentry, etc. The Dislocated Workers Program is also 18 years of age or older, and these are people who have lost their jobs due to circumstances beyond their control, like plant closures, layoffs, etc. And finally, the youth. There's two categories within youth. One of them is called in-school youth, and is ages 14 through 21. These are young people attending school, but may be at risk of dropping out or facing other challenges that hinder their educational progress and future employment opportunities. The second subgroup is called out-of-school youth, and that's ages 16 through 24. Notice a little difference. They are not currently attending any school, and they may face barriers to education or employment, like lack of high school diploma or equivalency, low-income foster youth, homelessness, juvenile justice system involvement, youth with disabilities, etc. We also have these. This is the only formula funding that we expect to receive every year, and it's calculated based on a complex federal formula whose biggest variables are the population in your region and the level of unemployment. So the higher the population, more funds; the higher the unemployment, more funds. And it's the same pot that gets rebalanced across the nation depending on that formula. So I'll stop there before I go to 2 sub-questions A and B of number 1, in case you have any questions.
If you don't mind, I would suggest kind of going through your presentation, because what I found with people, we may ask a question and then you're going to have it go down the way, but we'll go ahead and take a question from Assemblyman Orlichter. But I would recommend that because we sometimes ask questions that you're going to answer down the road.
Very good.
Yeah, just when you started in the first category of adults, you said unemployed, underemployed, and then you gave some additional categories, low-income veterans. So if you're unemployed, is that sufficient, or do you need to be in one of these other categories too? How do those intersect?
Great question. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Assemblyman, it's the first. The simple answer is if you're just unemployed, you qualify for the adult program. The other barriers represent this system is really targeted to priority of service for those high barriers to unemployment. And so when you look at our system and our participants, the great majority are folks that need significant help. They're not just somebody who just needs a connection to an employer, if you will. They need help with resume writing. They need help with childcare. They need help with transportation, all kinds of barriers. But the reason they mentioned underemployed is because sometimes also somebody might be working at minimum wage but can't support their family. So they qualify as well. Thank you. So I'll keep going. Sub-questions A and B talk about, it says, please provide specific information on the number of careers, jobs that have been obtained, the length of employment for these individuals, and the wages paid to these individuals. So we have a chart. There it is. So I think I should have sat over there, huh, Brett? Here we go. So this chart kind of shows you in our terms, and it was asked for 3 years. So we went and picked here's one of the most interesting things about our system is that we're always looking at a rearview mirror, because the way the federal system was set up, they ask us to look at employment 2 and 4 quarters after exit. So that's 6 and 12 months after exit. So you always have to let that period expire, if you will, before you can have full reporting. So we went, and we need 6 months at least for that. So we could not go until today. We went until September 30 of 2023 and pulled back, if you will, so you can get a picture there that roughly 4,500 people already have made that second employment mark. 4,400, so slightly a little less, made it to the 4-quarter mark. And the quarterly earnings are roughly 8,700. If you take 9,000 to round off and multiply it times 4 quarters, that's $36,000 a year. And again, keep in mind that these are folks that weren't working before or were severely underemployed before that. And that's for the adult dislocated. And the youth results, even though they're a little different, with youth, you don't necessarily, the only outcome is not employment. On the adult dislocated side, obviously the really important outcome is that they get to work, and we move them off the taxpayer subsidy programs like unemployment, subsidized housing, TANF, welfare, et cetera, to independence and supporting their own families. On the youth side, another qualified exit markers are not only can you enter employment, but you can enter other types of post-secondary activities like community college, university, vocational training, military apprenticeships, et cetera. So here you see that we mark of the youth that were served in that area, 924 made it past that 2nd quarter employment mark, and slightly more made it through the employment 4-quarter, 954. And you would say, what does that happen? Again, sometimes it takes that long for somebody to get employed. They might not get employed in that 2nd quarter. They're trying, they're interviewing. It's not working out. They might find a job, lose it, again, because of the high barriers. But eventually, after a few months of persistence, they land and stick to a job. So that's why that number might go up sometimes. The next question has to do with specific information for the wages paid and duration of employment for jobs secured by people within underserved communities, including but not limited to veterans. And the next slide, you will see that. Some numbers for the different categories. You have African American, Black, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian, Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander, Hispanic, female, and veteran. The same sort of numbers that are required of us by the Department of Labor in 2nd, 4th quarter, and quarterly earnings. The next slide, you will see employment results for the youth, which again are in the same categories. Now for us, if we go to one more slide, Brett, One of the things that we found about our system is that, again, and we've only given you there what you've asked for, which is, again, the length of employment and the wages, but our system is also graded by the attainment of credentials, or MSG, as they call them, and a lot of people think, is that what they have in restaurants? It's not. It means measurable skill gains. And so the system can be something very lengthy to explain. So we came up with this dashboard that you can find on our website. If you go to nvworkforceconnections.org, it's available to the public. And it was built because our local elected officials really wanted a more simple explanation of the efficacy of the system. So after you do all that work for months and months and months, after you go through all the trials and errors of a person with high barriers to employment, how do you grade the efficacy of a system? Well, if you look at this chart, roughly it gives you the last 4 years of our funding. And again, keep in mind that when you're doing that, you're kind of not yet measuring that last year. Some of them that might have just finished 2, 3, 4 months ago, they're not employed yet. And for certainly they're not, they haven't been checked for the 6 or 12 months of employment after exit. So keeping that in mind, the total investment over the last 6 years is roughly $78 million. Roughly 13,000 people got enrolled in this WIOA Title I program. And those folks, not all of them, because as you can see there, still only 50% are checked on the second quarter, 46% on the fourth quarter, but roughly they're already making annualized wages of roughly $173 million, which when you compare it to the investment, it gives you a return of 5.4 months. To give you a better picture, the next slide will kind of go back and not count the last year, or we're in right now, the current year and the year before that. What that allows you to do is to really increase that second and fourth quarter mark. As you can see, if you remember, it went up from roughly the 40s to now the 70s. And of course, that makes the return on investment grow. And this is kind of the biggest thing you have to remember about this system is that it's always lagging. We have to go and make sure that those wages are there, again, 6 and 12 months after exit. So again, this one really gives you, when you look 2 years back, it really gives you a more complete picture. It leaves off a lot of people who are still in the system and working, but it really picks up everybody who's already been through the second and fourth quarter measure. So that does the first.
Jaime, can I add
yes,
something?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just want you to know that this
Can you
tool-
state your name for the record?
Thank you. I'm sorry, Irene Bustamante Adams. Madam Chair, this tool allows an assembly or a Senate person to look up their specific district. And so you could pull the assembly district and look at how the impact is making a difference in your community. You can see how much is going to on-the-job training. You can see how much we are removing barriers and putting people back into an annualized wage career. So it is public information. You can find it on our website, and it's specific to your district. And so I think that is an awesome transparency that our team has worked hard on. Oh, yes. And our data analyst person reminded me, this is for Southern Nevada because we're the Southern Nevada local board. And so the Northern Nevada is also working. We're helping them to work on their tool. But for right now, it's Southern Nevada focused.
And how you do that would be, again, if you wanted to do it, could you back up, Brett, one more time? On the top right corner, there's a button that says More. If you would click on that, that's where you would get the menus to be able to look at Nevada Senate District or Nevada Assembly District. And again, you can see also there on the screen by council person, city commissioner, county is the local elected officials from our counties and our cities. That's how they would find their areas that they represent as well. So the next question, number 2 says, please provide an overview of the 17 buckets of federal funding available for workforce development. This picture we created about 5 years ago. As a local board, we're not in charge or have the knowledge exactly every year of these monies, but this 5 years ago, the Governor's Office of Workforce Innovation put together the matrix to kind of, if you will, describe where the buckets were. So when you remember that big diagram of 17 different funding streams, they're kind of put here in 5 categories. The first one is the local boards. If you would click that, Brett, with one more time, please, to show the circle. Yep. So that's us. Those Nevada Works and Workforce Connections roughly gets 20% of that WIOA pie under WIOA Title I, Adult Dislocated Worker and Youth. And then you see the four other categories, of course, are state agencies with multiple programs underneath them. And then the last one is direct grants that might go directly from the Department of Labor and others to grantees locally. Okay, and then roughly, again, for us, over the last decade, roughly Workforce Connections has received, depending again on that formula, whether it's a COVID year or recession year, depending on those things, 20 to 25 million annually of WIOA Title I Adult Dislocated Worker Youth Funds. And we have, again, since then, or besides these annually allocated formula funds, we do receive other kinds of funds, but they're not automatic. We submit grants, or we've been awarded funds by state, county, and city agencies as well. Third question says, what is the role of your agency regarding the governance of workforce plans and strategies? I think the next slide will show you that, again, we are governed first and foremost by elected officials representing the counties and cities that we serve. In this case, you will see 4 county commissioners there from the counties of Clark, Lincoln, Esmeralda, and Nye, and 4 members of the city councils for Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Boulder City. They have 2 main jobs. Number one is they are fiduciary responsible. They represent the municipalities, the jurisdictions that are responsible for these funds if something was to happen, if they were to be misspent. It's these counties and cities that would be accountable to DOL for returning those funds. The other responsibility they have is to appoint members of the board, which, if you give me the next slide, please. These are members of the local workforce board for Southern Nevada. And again, they follow a formula prescribed in the federal legislation where you must have half of it, or at least 51% be majority business leaders. And then there's also specific seats for economic development, higher education, K through 12 labor, etc. So I think that kind of gives you an idea of who governs the agency. Of course, every 4 years, the local boards have an open competitive procurement process to staff the American Job Centers in our local areas. For us, again, Southern Nevada, these successful organizations are awarded contracts to provide staff in these American Job Centers funded by Title I. And hopefully the idea is that they sit next to staff from the other programs as well, Title II, Title III, Title IV, to be able to provide, as the system is called, a one-stop place for the public to access these resources. Every year or every 4 years, we also, local boards are required to put together a strategy or a 4-year local plan that aligns with the 4-year local plan set by the Governor's Workforce Development Board. There's a question, next one, it says, question sub A, what performance metrics are used to determine the performance success for these entities? Who establishes the metrics that are used? What is the basis for the metrics, i.e. are the metrics based on the number of persons provided services, whether those people are hired or whether they retain in their job? So it's a great question. And again, this starts to dive into the meat of what the United States Department of Labor puts out there for what they call common measures or performance metrics. And so you see in front of you those performance indicators. For the adult program, you will see that we have employment rate second quarter after exit, fourth quarter after exit, as the median earnings second quarter after exit, the credential attainment rate, and measurable skill gains. Again, those are the 5 indicators for the adult program. You can see them duplicate for the dislocated, and again for the youth. And these common measures or performance indicators are also common for what's called the core partners, Title II, Title III, Title IV as well. The next question talks about how do you ensure that there is a bottom-up strategy for the community or population you serve. One of the things that you will see in our data, again, if you go to our website, is that we are successfully reaching those populations. What do I mean? I'll give you one example. Here in Southern Nevada, for example, the African-American community is roughly 10%. But if you go to that dashboard and you start to punch in things like race or ethnicity, if you're looking for the African-American community, the Hispanic community, you start to see that those numbers are very high in comparison to what it represents in the population. Again, 10% total population, African-American community, our participants are roughly 40% African-American. And so we are, why is that happening? The same with the Hispanic community, is that we have embedded access to our services closer to where those communities are. So we are in libraries in North Las Vegas, Henderson, Boulder City, Las Vegas, Clark County. We are in chambers of commerce to approach those small businesses. And so organically, our numbers are showing that we are successfully reaching those populations. I think in order to, Brett, are we going to show any data there? No, I don't think there's data, right? The data is available if it's needed, right? So again, the big reminder would be to say that we have a priority of service prescription in the law. If you read WIO, it talks about, again, that there is people that have multi-layered socioeconomic barriers to employment, and they require not just that one-on-one eligibility verification, but that assessment of barriers and the type of career coaching that can last months, if you will, to be able to move them from dependency to self-sufficiency. The next sub-question is C. What level of cooperation and collaboration do you have with other boards and agencies? And, sorry, I hear something? Oh, okay. Sorry. So thank you. So we're going to talk a little bit more about the bottom-up strategy, which has to do with our, one example would be our Disconnected Youth Initiative, and I'm going to let Ricardo explain that one a little bit as an example.
Yeah, thank you, Jaime. Ricardo Villalobos for the record. So as it notes, we have 42,500 disconnected youth in Clark County. What that means is youth who are between the ages of 16 to 24 that are neither working nor in school. So those two. We've convened a coalition of over 25 plus partners to help us address this great need in Southern Nevada. As Jaime mentioned in reference to our WIOA Title I youth funds, we only serve about 1,000 youth at the most per year. So we're barely scratching the surface with this particular effort. So we have asked partners in the community, ranging from the City of Las Vegas, the Las Vegas County Library District, CCSD, iFoster, the juvenile system, the welfare system, the College of Southern Nevada, the Regional Housing Authority, and a list of other partners to come together and to help us really solve the issue that's happening amongst our disconnected youth in the community. The significant thing that I wanted to share here is in reference to the question about a bottom-up strategy is instead of us as adults thinking we know what they need, we've asked them to tell us what they need. And so we've launched multiple listening sessions with a variety of different groups of youth that are in that category of being disconnected. We're doing listening sessions with foster youth, with juvenile youth, with high school students that are at risk of not graduating, homeless youth, LGBTQ plus youth, and as many youth populations that we could have a variety of perspective from. And so we've launched those and are getting feedback from our youth, listening to their needs, listening to really what they need so that we can develop interventions, program models to really address the needs that they're telling us that they have instead of us approaching it with what they believe they or what we believe they need. I think in the next couple of slides, this is an example of us listening to them. We thought a particular tagline would have been cool. After getting feedback from about 300 youth, the winner was this Next Stop Your Career tagline. And we wanted, they emphasized to make the marketing campaign that we've done in partnership, really thanks to the RTC, getting it on their buses, getting it in bus shelters so that we can reach this population. And so they said push diversity in the campaign, visual messaging. And so this is an example of that, the variety of individuals that we're looking to target. And so with that said, Jaime, that concludes my part.
Thank you, Ricardo. We'll move on to the next question, which says, what level of cooperation or collaboration do you have with other boards and agencies? So over the last few years, the two local workforce development boards, Nevada Works, Workforce Connections, and DEETR, I believe have reached levels of collaboration I have never seen. And so much progress has been made, of course, but there's still plenty of opportunity for improvement. We also have made progress on collaboration levels with the other state agencies like the Department of Health and Human Services, the Nevada Department of Education, who also administer the federal funding streams that you saw in the graphics earlier. We also have a high level of collaboration with other state agencies like OWIN, GOED, OSID, and NDOC. At the local level, we enjoy a high level of collaboration, of course, as you've seen with our libraries, our regional development agencies, our chambers of commerce, our county cities, our K through 12 and post-secondary systems. That's easy to say, but I think I always believe that the proof is in the pudding. So one recent example of successful collaboration in this region is the regional industry sector partnerships. There's 7 of them, 1 for each of the region's growth target industries in our comprehensive economic development plan for our region. And that happened only again because, as mentioned earlier by Ricardo, the Disconnected Youth is successful because there's 25 partners besides us. Here, the same thing. It wasn't just us. It was really this whole ecosystem of partners working together that helped us connect with employers. And now we have 200 employers robustly engaged in these industry sector partnerships. 4th question is, to the extent that such relationships exist, please indicate your level of involvement in cooperative or collaborative efforts with other organizations related to economic development. For example, are NSHE graduates properly aligned to workforce opportunities that exist in Nevada? So again, the collaboration between us and higher education, it helps align the education and training programs with the needs of the local labor market. This ensures that individuals acquire the skills and knowledge that are actually required by employers. This collaboration includes labor market information sharing, program alignment on the eligible training provider list, commonly referred as ETPL, work-based learning opportunities, career pathways development, etc. For example, with the College of San Nevada's Division of Workforce and Economic Development, the collaboration includes leveraging WIOA resources for trainings in partnership with the College of Southern Nevada, UNLV, the Public Education Foundation. We've also leveraged incumbent worker training funds to be able to help paraprofessionals that are in CCSD enter the teacher workforce pipeline. In addition to these regional industry sector partnerships, we also partner with our regional development agency like the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, again, our local chambers of commerce. We, together with the Governor's Office of Economic Development and those business partners, we published the Workforce Blueprint, which is a regional workforce document that helps us measure the gap between the supply and demand of our labor market, and that's in its 3rd edition now. We also, I think, have a unique partnership with the LVGA and the Vegas Chamber in the sense that they host members of the American Job Center staff in their offices, allowing us a more direct connection to the businesses and making sure that they can access the resources in these American Job Centers. So it's these regional industry sector partnerships that provide the platform for employers to work with us and our higher education partners. The next question has to do with, are the programs offered meeting expectations regarding job growth in certain sectors or tailored towards anticipated vacancies within certain occupations, such as those occurring because of retirement? So in the past calendar year, or actually the current one, calendar year 2023, approximately 80% of the trainings occurred in occupations that support these 7 growth target industry sectors for our region that are identified in our comprehensive economic development strategy. In addition, participants from WIOA Title I programs, which is again what the local boards administer, those participants are being hired by local employers. And again, you can see the data there in the dashboard, but also Dieter collects all that data for the state as well. And I believe you're going to see that later today. There are 200 employers, again, as I mentioned earlier, with robust engagement in these regional industry sector partnerships that are providing that type of feedback to make sure that whether the participants are graduating high school, community college, or vocational programs or four-year universities, that they are graduating with the skills that our local employers are looking for. Next question talks about what alignment exists between your agency and high schools, what successes and barriers exist in this realm, if any. Again, through the regional industry sector partnerships, there's been now better engagement between industry and the classroom. In high schools, for example, we now have quarterly student showcase events where employers get to meet and recruit future graduates for internships and jobs. In middle schools, employers interact with classrooms online to better expose youth to their industries and in-demand occupations. And in elementary schools, the Workforce Blueprint for Kids, in other words, this was the document I was telling you is produced by the Governor's Office of Economic Development, our local chambers, our regional development agency is us. The Clark County School District helped us translate that into activity books that are relevant to elementary school kids. And so them and their families and teachers and principals can get labor market information that's up to date, but at a level that's relevant in those schools. So now they say career exploration is so much more important that it starts earlier because young children are bombarded with information at a younger age. And so this is something that we've done because employers really want to drop the seed earlier and have a robust connection, not just through high school, but through middle school and elementary school. Another thing noting about our relationship with our school district has to do with the Workforce Fellows Program. This is a program where high school counselors are immersed in the workforce development ecosystem that we've been describing to you. That way they can learn how the resources in that system can provide employment and training services to youth and their families. And again, we have a location in the most recent school to be built here in Southern Nevada. It's on Maryland Parkway, the site of the old Bishop Gorman High School. And we have there in that Family Resource Center access to these American Jobs Center resources. So there are 24 high schools with approximately 32 high school counselors participating in the program. In addition to Clark County School District counselors, the recent cohorts have also had representatives from Jobs for Nevada's Graduates, J4NJ, and Communities in Schools, usually referred to CIS. These WIOA, in addition, WIOA career coaches are also placed at a few select high schools to provide access to these WIOA Title I youth services to students and their families. Let's see. One more thing. There's also noteworthy investments that are made thanks to our partners at the state. Again, the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation passed down $250,000 for us to invest in CCSD academic centers, formerly known as behavioral centers. This is kind of like the last stop for some young people. If they don't make it there, then the next step is a little harder because they go into detention facilities. So here it's really important that we offer them as much opportunity as possible to engage with the workforce. So that $250,000 allowed us to start IT and culinary vocational training programs for the students in these high schools. And this, again, is not the WIOA Title I money that we receive by formula. This is some of those extra fundings that will come down from the state agency. And finally, we just moved a green classroom that was built years ago through a federal grant. It had been sitting up in the Spring Mountain Camp for Boys, and now it's moved to the newest school called the Northeast Career Technical Academy. And this green classroom, it's still on wheels, even though it's the truck, if you will, is not registered anymore. It got towed down because the classroom still has lots of value. You can learn about alternative energy technologies like solar and wind, and that now sits at the Northeast Career Technical Academy. The question about barriers, we would say that, sometimes barriers are created really without that intent. I think some of you might be aware that until last legislative session, if an employer wanted to have an intern from the Clark County School District at their place of work, you had to do a background check on all your employees. So for example, us at Workforce Connections, if we brought a young person, we would need 25 background checks. And that doesn't sound too bad, or a company of 10 people or 5 people. If you're talking about a company of 100 people, it starts to matter. And so again, thanks to you and the body, that was fixed last legislative session. So it cleared that hurdle of increasing internships, if you will, in the business community. And it's always hard. I think another barrier would be that, we are government agencies, and government agencies are usually not known to be nimble. And so contractual requirements and legal things can be a barrier sometimes to be responsive in a nimble way. Fifth question is, the legislature and Assembly Bill 354 of the 2017 session required that DETR compile certain information relating to the unemployment rate residents of Nevada, organized by county and disaggregated by demographics information, including without limitation age, race, and gender. The bill additionally required agencies providing workforce development services to coordinate efforts and resources to reduce the unemployment rate for certain demographic groups contained in this report under specific circumstances. Please discuss how your agency uses this report to guide your work. Again, I think one of the things you'll find through the data when you look at our dashboard or the state data that's given to you, our board, those business members that were assigned by the LEOs, the local elected officials that govern our agency, in our strategic plan, they clearly identified alternative labor pools as part of our strategic direction in addressing the growing needs of employers. There's just not a magic wand out there to produce the workforce that's needed. Closely 60 to 80,000 positions open in our valley at any time, and nowhere near the amount of workers that we need to fill those positions. So we are really working hard on programs like again, you heard the Nevada Department of Corrections as one of our partners. There is, I don't know if you've heard of it, but there's a new vocational village being created at Southern Desert Correctional Facility, where the inmates will be identified 18 months before release, and they will be put through programs to, again, make sure that they are job ready at release, and we don't start that process at the end there of the 18 months. We're also, as you heard us, working really closely with the K through 12 system, because there's 30,000 graduates that come out of that system every May. And so these kinds of things, I think, are what we're doing with that data. Again, if you look at the demographic data in for our programs, it demonstrates that we're successfully targeting those target populations identified in AB 354. And this in part happens because of where our American Job Centers are located, which is in close proximity to those target populations. Question 6 has to do with examples of success stories experienced by our organization, such as individuals or firms who have been specifically benefited by our efforts in regard to training cohorts or pipeline development. Again, you saw a screenshot there of roughly 13,000 success stories, right, over the last 4 years. That's a lot of people, of course, so I think we have one example here of a young couple that we met a few months ago. She was, or is, 19 years old with a 10-month little boy. So she was able to go through our programs and find herself employment. The most important thing is her husband also joined our programs later on and is in electrical training as well to be able to improve his career. And so, again, I don't know if you, Irene, you have more stories, but I don't know if this is the time to share them, right?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Irene Bustamante Adams. We just put one, but there are thousands, right? Because our specialty is to remove the barriers and get them into a sustainable career with annualized wages to produce taxpayers. And so she was a go-getter, right? Single mom, didn't really have a future and came to us. And knew that she was passionate about going into the healthcare industry. So we paid for her to get some training. She passed her exams. And now her and she wasn't married at the time yet, but her fiance also benefited from the training we were able to provide for him. So we just moved the trajectory of an entire family, right? And not only them two, but the little boy, their little boy. And so that's what I feel most proud of. And there's thousands of those that we have every day. And it's not easy, right, to sometimes get them on the path. It takes a while. And so that's why some people want to say, what did you do in 30, 60, 90 days? Sometimes it takes us 6 months to get that individual to become a taxpayer. But we remove them off of government subsidy.
All right, and so the next question has to do, number 7, it says, please identify the most significant shortages in professional qualifications and skills in Nevada and how your programs are addressing these shortages. Similarly, please identify areas in which there may be an oversupply of professional qualifications and skills and how your programs address these oversupplies. I think you'll probably hear a lot of the same information over and over on this response across the presenters today. We'll give you just, again, what we've been hearing from these industry sector partnerships, the great skills mismatch, as we hear it from them. You know, if you talk to one of the 200 employers in our ISPs, as we call them, they will tell you, you know, you have to give me somebody, I'll teach them how to weld, I'll teach them how to wire. I just need somebody that can do, number one, that's going to show up to work every day. They're not going to be, you know, drunk or on drugs. And so that you can really hear from them, they're struggling finding a quality candidate that they can invest in and keep. And so they're really asking us to make sure that our participants have those foundational workplace skills, critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork, communication. They've asked us again to work with our post-secondary and our secondary or K through 12 partners, as you heard us doing, to make sure that these skills are addressed earlier in their career trajectory, and that there's an educational alignment also happening where, you know, a lot of times our labor market, there are jobs that are entry-level jobs, and those are easier to fill. But because we've been diversifying our economy as well, as compared to a decade ago, there are more jobs available today that require a certain level of skills that our high school graduates don't have. And so there's a little mismatch. Is there a lack of alignment that we have to address? And obviously that doesn't happen overnight. Question 8 has to do, in your view, how are AI and automation changing your role regarding workforce development, both in terms of recruiting and placing individuals for employment, e.g. the application process, resume process, and corporate interaction with workforce clients, as well as the types of employment for which you may be preparing clients? For example, are you observing occupations or sectors that may significantly expand as a result of technological changes, some that may contract or be eliminated altogether, or new opportunities or occupations that may emerge as a result of artificial intelligence and automation? So the reality is, as we all know, these technologies are in constant evolution. We, of course, meet with our peers across the nation to discuss and demo promising practices. I can tell you that as of today, there has been small examples of how this is penetrating our system. For example, there was a automated assistant function that was built into our system to help our American Job Center staff, if you will, follow up with these hundreds of clients. If you can think about a career coach in an American Job Center, their caseload might be 50 people. And so there's 50 people that they have to be tracking at different stages of that journey we've been talking about today. But again, when we are preparing folks for jobs, we're really focusing on what they need today, understanding that there's evolving jobs that are changing. Those are usually a focus for the young people who are maybe a year, 2 years for employment. But the people that we need to work today, we still don't see today, at least, a strong influence of AI and automation. Number 9, the last question says, please provide the committee any information on potential legislation that your organization believes should be considered in the 2025 session to best meet the state's workforce development needs. Again, I'll let our colleague Irene Bustamante Adams, who is a former legislator, close this piece. But I'll tell you that for us, if you remember the first slide, Brett, could you go for a second all the way to the beginning? When you look at our system and you look at the 17 partners, if you will, this system, of course, well, we made lots of progress over the last few years, and I think, giving you some examples. There's still plenty of opportunity here to make sure that all these funding streams work together in a way that our region, our state needs for those participants to be able to access these funding streams in a better, more streamlined way. We, again, know that there's other areas, other states in our nation where they have added other programs to these funding streams. So they're not just 17. There's a few states, for example, that have brought childcare into this system, so that because it's a barrier that you see a lot today in young parents, having childcare services available where you are actually trying to put people back to work is a good thing. And of course, I believe the connection to the industry sector partnerships is really important. So we have two pieces of legislation that we were exposed to just a few weeks ago when we were at the National Association of Workforce Boards in Washington, D.C., and Irene's going to share a little bit about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Irene Bustamante Adams for the record. So the first one that we got to be exposed to was the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. At the time, Maryland's Governor Wes Moore worked with the local workforce boards and the legislators to be able to make an investment to place career coaches in high schools. Why is that special? It's because we do have counselors on the campuses here in Southern Nevada, but the focus is a lot, right? A lot of it is on mental health, but these were specific for career coaches in high school. So making that transition from high school, we know that Mr. Villalobos shared about the 42,000 disconnected youth that they graduate and then nothing happens, right? And so this position was instrumental for Maryland and how they connected them with high wage and high demand industries. So it focused on 10th grade individuals, and it helped them to evolve to pick the industry that they wanted to go to and make that connection happen. Obviously, it was much deeper than that, but that was a great investment that is producing results for them. The second piece of legislation that we got to see at NOB, they had an award for an individual who made the biggest impact when it came to legislation and workforce development, and it was a State House Representative, Donnie Bell, from the state of Mississippi, who received the award because he helped to make an investment by the legislature of $12 million to place career coaches not only in high schools but also in middle schools. So we know that in middle schools is where the trajectory happens of what path that you might be on. And so they expanded that and did it in middle school and high school. And so both of them were very strategic and instrumental in aligning education, workforce, and economic development for their region.
And that concludes our presentation or the answer to the questions that were sent to us. We'd be glad to answer any questions you might have now.
Thank you so much for your presentation. One thing is you don't have to go through the chair in responding to questions. Just make sure you state your name. I'm going to start off. I just had just a couple quick questions, and then I will go to my colleagues and then maybe circle back to myself. But my first question was, and you kind of started touching on one of these barriers towards the end of your presentation, but when I heard the success story and I saw a young mom who had a young 10-month little boy, my mind, of course, went to childcare. I was speaking to a constituent this weekend who young mom, well, she's not really young, she's my age, but she has small children and is unemployed, is going through all these struggles with resources. But I kind of saw the big barrier there was childcare. So what is Workforce Connection able to do? Like, how did this success story happen with a young mom who had a 10-month-old?
So that is a combination of, again, in her particular case, not only was it childcare, but also the skill acquisition. If you remember her slide, she wanted to go into healthcare. And so not only did we pay for the cost of the healthcare training, perhaps some childcare, perhaps even some uniforms or tools when she was ready to go into work. That's, again, a pretty broad spectrum of cost beyond just classroom training. So I think the concept would be, if you just look again at a limited pool of resources, again, Title I that we administer, it's finite. And as you saw, it can only serve, so many people, especially if you are spending that much on each person. So I think what other states have recognized is there is, again, the child care services that are usually in another building or they're another application, another way to access them, bringing them closer to these American job centers, making sure that they're just another resource pot, if you will, that can be tapped into, increases the amount of people that they can put to work and that we could put to work if those resources were available.
And Madam Chair, if I could add, I removed them onto for the record. And so earlier we talked about how we collaborate. So with the Department of Health and Human Services, we had a strategic conversation in saying, how can we place your child care staff in our American Job Centers so that and when I'm looking for employment, I come and I can also address child care at the same time, right? And so we embedded them into our American Job Centers. That's number one. And we have 30 plus locations because of our partnerships that do not charge us any rent or utilities. They let us move in for free. So now we have a broader space where we can serve people. And then number two, we also embedded an American Job Center inside the Department of Health and Welfare Services. So it's a collaborative partnership, and in addition, it's a referral process. If they have a candidate that needs employment, there's a referral. If vice versa, if we have a candidate that is looking for employment but also needs childcare, it goes the other way. And so that's strategic because it's not mandated. Now, in the state of Texas, the childcare money does go to the local workforce board, but they're the only state and maybe one other that actually has it mandated, and I might get in trouble for saying this, but that's the one state that it is mandated where they must combine. We're doing it in a collaborative way without being having legislative action.
Thank you, and thank you for that additional piece of information. One other thing, and I should have probably started this way and then gone more narrow. You've done a great job. I know the committee had reached out and asked a lot of questions to cover on for this presentation today, but just kind of on a high level, like if someone was listening to your presentation, and let's kind of look at the adult group first. Can you kind of just give us a high level of what one would expect coming out to reaching out to Employ Nevada to find out like what kind of resources, kind of just give that high level of what they could do to become employed?
Sure. The American Job Centers across the nation are designed, again, to really help people with high barriers to employment. There's a lot of people that get laid off from their job, and, you know, they happen to be from a family that has the resources, that have Wi-Fi and connections and networks, and so they really don't need us. But most of the folks that come to our offices, a lot of them won't have Wi-Fi in their homes or printers or computers. And so we have resource rooms first and foremost, so folks can come in and really start to have access to all the information they need, in addition to, of course, job search, but also making sure that they have the certifications, the things that job requires. And then again, when you are eligible for our programs, we do what's called a barrier assessment. So what's really in your way of getting a job? If you were an accountant that for 30 years and you're highly qualified and all that happened was the accounting firm went out of business, most likely you won't need retraining. You just need us to set you up with employers and help you refresh your resume, and you're right back to work. But a lot of times we have parents who've been raising children for 18 years and they're reentering the workforce, and that's a much larger lift. And especially and if you add that some of those parents still have, again, young children at home, that becomes a larger lift. And so that individual case by case has to be, if you will, assessed by what we call a career coach. And that's why these services, I think, are so personnel intensive, because they can't be dispensed out of a kiosk yet. I'm sure one day, the way AI is going, maybe they will. But today, you really need that one-on-one attention, because there's a lot of emotional, a lot of empathy that's needed during this process, a lot of emotional help, a lot of, again, coaching. And every case is unique and can last. Again, you can have a person that is successful within 3 or 6 months of entering our programs. You have some that can go 12, 18, 24 months before they're successful.
Madam Chair, if I may add, I know we talked a lot about, Irene Bustamante Adams for the record, I know we talked a lot about the job seekers, but the other customer that we serve, it's the employer. So your businesses, whether they're small, medium, or large, that is also our client. Because if you could be a small business and wanting to hire your first employee, we work together to be able to provide the resources. We might be your HR. You don't have time to put a job fair together or a hiring fair, but you're looking for 2 people to hire. We can do that for you through the clients that we have. In addition, there's financial incentives that the state provides, and that's how we work with our counterparts, DETR, to be able to provide financial incentives for the employers. So it's job seeker and employer, and it could be small, medium, or a large business. That's how we help you guys with retention and making sure that they have the talent pipeline that they need in order to stay in business. So 2 different customers.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead, and I believe Assemblyman Hafen has a question.
Thank you guys for being here today. Full disclosure, I've used your programs out in Nye County a couple times to try to hire some people. So thank you for that. And I kind of wanted to touch on the slides 7 and 8 a little bit more, and looking a little bit deeper into the return on investment. It looks like we're spending about $600 to $6,500 per, I call them customers, to get them trained and back out in the workforce. And so I'm just trying to understand the ROI calculations. I think you had one slide, it's 5.4 months, and the other one is 3.7. and it appears that that's their total wages, and so that's not actual money coming back to the state in tax revenue. And I see you nodding your head yes. So do you know how long it takes for the state to actually see, the unemployment numbers get back up and replenish those accounts?
Brett Miller for the record. That's a really good question, and what I'd like to say to that is when you look at the scale of unemployment and you compare that scale to the number of individuals that we can serve, to try and measure, how many people, are we pulling off unemployment, which is what I understand is the question, right? Realistically, these individuals, a lot of them start from zero. They don't have wages in their prior 3-4 months, and so these wages, it's a big win for them, right? I mean, because they're just starting their journey. And I'm not sure that answers your question, but.
I'll add a little bit, Brett, just to Assemblyman. So another thing to consider is, and this is by all means a very simplified return on investment calculation, what the investment is, what the output is in wages, because you can get you can attempt, I should say, to get more complex, because we could say how much was this costing the state in social services and TANF and WIC and subsidized housing and all these things that when you're dependent on the system, you rely on that, if you will, as compared to when you no longer use all of that, you're earning your own money, and then, as you say, you're paying taxes as well. It's just we don't have access to all that information. And so for us, this is the quickest way to kind of skim and say you take somebody who's not making any wages, and now they're earning a wage and paying taxes. But we understand that it might be the simplest form of return on investment.
And thank you. The reason I ask is, so I think last meeting or the previous meeting before that, GOED gave us a presentation where, we invest $100 million here, and then it returned $200 million in tax revenue. And so I was just trying to get some apples to apples kind of comparison to what, the investment that I think it's 35 million in one area and 78 or so in the other area. So I'm just trying to see, what is our investment returning back to the state? And I understand that there's a lot more that goes into it than what GOED does. But then my other question, Madam Chair, if I could, second question is in regards to unemployment. Obviously, the goal here is to get people back into the workforce. What are we seeing as repeat customers into the unemployment after they go through the program versus those that don't go through the program?
Yeah, so for us, again, one of the things that I want to make sure that we say is the need is much greater than one single funding stream. In our case, us, if you think about the gap that is out there, 60 to 80,000 jobs unfilled. And as you said, doing some quick math, you can tell that we spend roughly $6,000 to $7,000, $8,000 per person to get them from not working to working. But then you can see that we can only serve, and these two program years that are still up there, this was, I believe, program year PY 21 and 22, there's only 5,200 people in 2 years. So roughly you say, you serve 2,500? So it's going to take us a long time to chip at this problem at 2,500 a piece. And we're just one of the funding streams again. So I think when you say, what is the difference between, the other ones for us? As you can see right there is a great success rate in the sense that almost 3/4 of the people that went through our programs are actually still employed a year later. And that is great success in that regard. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, we know we live in a world where people change jobs a lot more often than it did 10, 20 years ago. But this is one of the great measures that you can see that a year after they've exited the program, they're still employed. So that's, I would say, the closest answer to your question. Why not 100%? because again, these are not easy to serve. If they were, they wouldn't need us. But these are the hardest to serve. Again, people with that happen to be, they come from households that have multi-layered, multi-generational socioeconomic barriers to employment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have anyone here in Las Vegas that has any follow-up questions? With that, I will go to Senator Neal, who's online.
Madam Chair, so I have a couple of questions. I want to go back to the dashboard. On the dashboard, it listed average
Senator Neal?
wages. Yeah.
I hate to interrupt you. I don't know if you have a microphone or something, but it's like making some little static noise.
Is it? Can you hear me better now?
That is so much better. Thank you.
Okay. So I wanted to, thanks, Madam Chair, for that. I wanted to go back to the dashboard. On it listed average wages, and you saw numbers where it was like 6,500 average wages. Some maybe it said 8,600 average wages. Can you explain, number one, what that means and why that is such a low number?
Sure. Is this the right chart, Senator?
So you had it yes. And then you also had it listed in your actual breakdown of your dashboard when you did your, how much is spent and how much is the investment.
Okay.
It was also there. It's in several places.
Okay. Yeah, so I think if you do the quick math here, again, I know rounded to 9,000 for ease of math, that's only 36,000 a year. And you can argue, and that's an average, some are more, some are less, but then the argument first comes, why so low? Again, you're taking somebody from 0 to 36,000 that without our help would still be at 0. They don't have the means to get the training, to pay for the childcare, to buy their tools, to buy their uniform. So that's the lift. It's a very difficult lift. And the good news is that they don't have to stay at 36,000. Hopefully this experience of the first lift keeps them engaged to keep moving up this career pathway with us. Whether it's, again, employers have told us, you just need to get them to us and we'll take care of the rest. We won't even come and bother you for the growth. If you can get us a good employee, we'll invest in them and grow them. But I think that's the simplest answer, Senator, is we get to 36 on an average because the first part of the lift is the heaviest lift.
Madam Chair, so I have a series of very pointed questions, and then I'm going to go to a broad question, if that's helpful. So you mentioned high school events. When was the last high school event partnership? What was the outcome in terms of jobs, job leads, etc.?
Yeah, I don't have exact numbers, Senator, but I can tell you that the student showcases, as were shared earlier, are something that came out of the industry sector partnerships. They started last year. We have one every 3 months. We pick a high school that has a workforce development program. It could be a culinary program at SECTA. It could be a robotics program at Cimarron. But usually what it looks like is roughly 30 employers come to the high school. They meet with 40 or 50 young seniors, and the outcome, again, hopefully is internships and job opportunities for those young students that are ready to graduate in May.
Madam Chair, if I may add. Thank you. Senator Neal, the example that comes to my mind just recently was in March when we did a collaborative effort with CCSD, and they had a grant. And so what we did is we went to the high schools that had kids that were most at risk, and then we partnered together to prepare them to go to the spring job fair that we had over 4,000 people participate in. We prepared the high school students to develop their resume, put their I don't know I forgot the name, but to put them in Employee NV, which is a state portal. And then we also practice interviewing with them. We made sure if they had to buy clothes that we bought them clothes. So that was 250 kids. We did a pilot to make sure that they would prepare to go to the job fair, because we knew that they weren't going to go to post-secondary education. And so out of those 250, we had a group of at least 20 that were hired on the spot, another large group of people that had a second interview. And so I don't have the other numbers in front of me, but that's how we're looking at different pilots to be strategic, since we know some of the kids will not, they're going to be going directly into the workforce. And we're trying to reduce the number of the 42,000 that are already disconnected. So that's an example, and be happy to be able to share more on another day.
Thank you for that. That's a good example, because I mean, I was super wondering what that looks like for a couple of reasons. Number one, we know that when we prepare them, sometimes they get interviewed, but sometimes they don't necessarily make it back through the interview. How do we double back, right, to make sure that those particular students, whatever that weakness is at least discussed or brought up by the employer? I know that was something that when Project 354 was active, we were going back to the employer and asking the direct question, why did they fail the interview? And if they failed the interview, is there something that the partners can go back and tweak, change, or adjust, so then you can re-interview this 19-year-old, right, who needs to work? And so just wondering how you guys are doing the deeper triage. The other question that I have is on the internships. You guys mentioned that the business partners are creating internships. So I want to know how many internships exist outside of what the county runs as their summer business institute. What are the actual internships that are created that exclude anything related to the county business institute?
The quick answer to that, Senator, I think, I can't remember if you heard my earlier response to one of the questions had to do with barriers. And I shared that until last year, there was actually a state law that made sure or asked employers that wanted to provide an internship to a Clark County School District student that everybody in the company have background checks. And so it became more and more difficult, of course, the higher the number of employees. That was fixed. And so the internships is, if you will, a pretty new thing. The industry sector partnership employers, now that that has been removed, are different than before, are more, of course, willing to place internships in businesses because they don't have to do background checks on all their employees, only on the one that the intern directly reports to. So I don't have numbers now, Irene, but I'm sure we could come back with the number of internships, right?
If I may, Madam Chair, Irene Bustamante for the record. I would also say, Senator Neal, that this is not our strongest pillar as a region yet. And so, but I am grateful for the Department of Employment and Training and their recent investment of dollars so that we could focus on internships. So we are going to be doing a pilot with employers to produce the framework. A lot of it has to do with investment. And I do believe that the businesses will ante up to produce an internship, but we don't have, in my personal opinion, a robust framework yet. But I am grateful for Dieter's investment to say we need to develop that. That is probably one of our weakest link in our ecosystem at the moment.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful to give the framework that it is up and coming. My next question is and here's why I'm asking this question, right? So I received an email the other day from Delta Academy, which is right next to Desert Rose. And literally the question was, my students, and so Delta Academy, give you an example, they typically they have the students with barriers, they have the at-risk students, and she's a JAG coordinator, right? So you see the overlap. She's asking me, my students are looking for work. Do you know of any places that they can apply to? And can you send me over a list? And so I literally sent her a list of what they can go after, telling her these are probably things that are going to require a certification, but these are really good positions or summer positions that they might be able to go after. And here is probably when they open. So that's why, number one, digging into the partnerships, digging into the relationships, because I heard that there was a JAG overlay. And if there's a JAG overlay, she's one of the top coordinators in JAG. She didn't have this information. And so there might be some, I know you guys are at the top level, but when the partners get their money and they're supposed to be sharing information, we want to be extra clear that number one, the information that Workforce Connections is number one, investing in these partners, two, giving them a directive or telling them with these dollars, you should do X, Y, and Z, that actually shows up, right, in results. And it shows up in information. Information is power, because if you have the information, then you don't have to contact your senator to say, hey, what is this information? Because I am the trusted go-to for that information, but there should be someone else before me who should be asked that question, and especially within the JAG consortium. And I'm not throwing salt on JAG, I'm saying that this is happening. And then my final question is related to the 354. So in 354, the AB 354 from 2017, the data that was, or the examples, I want to be clear, because the examples that were given seem to only relate to corrections or ex-felons. So are we talking about that the 354 people are more reentry folks versus anything else? And that is why there are some higher risk and issues, because I take issue with that assumption.
Brett Miller for the record. I think that was an example given of a population that has historically had problems re-engaging with the workforce. To speak more to underserved or historically marginalized populations, our reach is pretty deep, and it's driven by, for example, our adult population, we have priority of service. So the biggest thing with priority of service is it's typically low-income individuals. So as a natural result, the individuals, when we do outreach to low-income individuals, we have a huge reach into those communities that are historically marginalized. Does that make sense?
It kind of makes sense. So one thing that I don't have in front of me, because I've been searching the website for the 354 data, and I can't download it. The only thing I've been able to download was 2019, but there was a recent report, I think it was January of 2024, and then it looks like there was something in April of 2024. So if the data is still the same, which was going on in 2019, there was a high number of single women with children of color who were not able to find employment. And that was the number rising up in the data, showing over Black males that there were women, Black women, who had children, who fell into a particular age range, I would say 20 to 30, who couldn't find employment. And so I'm wondering, how did we dig into that data? How have we engaged that particular population, which rose up, I think, over 13%, in trying to help them become employed? Because what the data and what the purpose of the legislation was to help give us targets, right? Help us see populations that would not necessarily be seen if we just looked at the DOL data, Department of labor data so that we could know as groups and coordinate to go in and then target and say, oh my God, look, these women are at our highest risk category, and we need to go in and figure out how to triage and manage the data that we're seeing on the surface. That's the purpose of it being on the DETR's website. Number one, the bill also said that it should be easily found, right, on the website, which we might have to deal with that later. But that's why I asked the question, because I wanted to know, how do you use the data and go in and then target and say, this is what the data is telling us, not DOL, but our local data. So how are we really doing this?
Senator Jaime Cruz, for the record, again, for us, there is, I think the most successful part, or the key part for us, is having embedded these American Job Centers, and we call them now Employee and Career Hubs or Youth Hubs or Business Hubs, closer to those neighborhoods, whether it be the West Side, the East Side, Boulder Highway, where the new Whitney Recreation Hub is. So our reach, if you will, is the way we do it is by being intentional in the geography, being closer to the neighborhoods where we believe those populations are. And then again, as you said, there is a lot of barriers to remove. And if you look at the youth chart, you'll see that in the last, roughly every year, we serve, I'm going to, again, round numbers, 1,000 youth. That's not going to move the needle, right, with our program alone. The WIOA Title I youth can only enroll 1,000 youth. That's going to not move the needle, again, when you have 42,000 disconnected youth already, 30,000 graduating from CCSD, and so forth. So just to give a little context, again, that while we are seeing, if you go to our data, you will see that those populations are highly represented in who we serve. Again, our population is small in comparison to the need.
Senator, this is Ricardo Villalobos. I think just to give some data perspective, particularly to 030 and 106, in our community impact dashboard on our website, it reflects that in program year 22, so that last kind of July to June, there was a $1.26 million investment, particularly in those two zip codes. And there was 250 individuals that were served with an accumulative annualized wage of about approximately $4 million, and then 75% employed in 6 months, and then 73% employed a year after. And the return on investment from that 1.26, it took 3.8 months based on that annualized wage to kind of get that ROI back. So things are definitely happening in 030 and 106. I think besides that, there's representation in our Disconnected Youth Coalition of individuals that are still engaged and continue to be engaged in those zip codes. For example, as you know, Mr. Mike Yoder from DWSS, amongst others. And as our executive director mentioned, we have American Job Center serving both youth and adults at the historic West Side and at the West Las Vegas Library. And in partnership with DWSS, in partnership with the Urban League, and probably a couple other partners that I may be forgetting to mention. So I just wanted to throw that in just to provide some perspective.
So thank you so much, Mr. Villalobos. Listen, you guys, listen, this is my delivery. It's probably been my delivery for 14 years. However, this is something I'm super passionate about. I'm probably going to ask the same level of questioning for each agency that comes up. I wasn't feeling well, but after listening to the presentation, you guys got me feeling good enough to get on camera and ask some very direct questions, because I didn't want this hearing to be without certain questions. And so I'm going to ask one final question, Madam Chair, because this is the elephant in the room that kind of led to some of this presentation. If you guys saw the story from the Current, it said that $15 million was invested and only 350 people got a job. And then it listed how expensive it is to, curate a client, a resident, and to get them ready. So we need to address it. We need to talk about it, whether or not you dismiss it, whether or not you are say, you know, what were the inaccuracies and what was accurate. But when you see a story like that, and it's coming from Department of Labor, citing the Department of Labor, we need to address it. So can you guys talk about that?
Sure thing, Senator. Jaime Cruz, for the record. As you said, the writer quoted a former employee of the Department of Labor that was there during the past administration. And I agree with you. I think that we always need to take a hard look at what's driving the intent, the spirit of the article or the report or even the issue. With that being said, the article was grossly wrong. There are some calculations that were just, I'll give you two. There's the adult and dislocated worker programs. The money can be moved from one to the other depending on the need of the region. So if there's more dislocated workers than adults, you can move adult money to that pot. And vice versa. If there's less dislocated workers in the area, you can move that money. And that happened here in Nevada. And the reporter neglected to understand that. And so when they did their calculations, of course, gross inaccuracies came out because they weren't counting, they were just counting what looked to be the investment and not the return, because the return seemed to be in the other category. So that was number one. And then number two, there was something that wasn't even a calculation, but maybe just a misprint. There was a statement that $15 million has been spent on youth training. The reality is it was only 1.5. And that's a big mistake when you move the decimal just one part over. So again, not to completely disregard the spirit of the issue, but just wanted to comment that yes, we sent an explanation email to all the local elected officials that govern our agency that is pretty lengthy, but we could make that available to you as well so you can see how we had to break down the inaccuracies of the article while still, as you said, being mindful not to disregard the spirit of the issue.
Yeah, and so, you know, listen, sometimes the paper doesn't always get it right? But they're trying to elucidate something, an issue. And I think this is a good journalist. So I think we needed to talk about it and we needed to ask a direct question, not dance around it. And so I don't know if you guys did a rebuttal to the story. Sometimes it's helpful. This is one of the good journalists that would probably take your rebuttal and properly write it if you do a response. But I think that this was out there and it was looming out there and needed to at least be asked within the legislative framework. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Nail. I wanted to clarify, Mr. Cruz, with one of the statements. So in the article, they do a breakdown of a chart showing the calculations of the adult, the participant program cost, and then the per person cost. And when looking at that, when you were saying that dollars may be moving, is it that the dollars are being accounted for in different buckets?
Madam Chair, Jaime Cruz, for the record, the simple answer is yes. It'd be like saying, you have a budget at home to spend 100 on groceries and 100 in gas, but that week there was just more groceries needed, and so we took the money from the gas and put it to groceries. And the outcomes, though, have to be, if you will, still. So in this particular case, we served more adult workers than dislocated because millions of dollars were transferred from the dislocated worker to the adult pot, and it produced more results, but that wasn't the highlight. The highlight was when there was originally so much money in the dislocated pot, why did we produce less workers? The answer was because the money was actually used to to bring adult workers into the workforce, but that was not considered in the calculation.
And I think if you had stated that you guys did do the calculations to kind of just correct that, if you do have that information, we would love to have it, and we can obviously add that in with our meeting today. I think that would be helpful because, and something as simple as a decimal point, I mean, it just makes a whole different story when you see the 15 million for 350 people versus 1.5 million. But I also understood in this story that there's like some consistent costs, and I looked at it on your guys' chart, like operational costs, like you guys have fixed costs. of buildings, and it seems like you're having a lot of centers while you're trying to piggyback and doing some in the chambers for individuals. It sounds like there's a lot of resource centers that are kind of going up in different communities that kind of does have a fixed cost. So I assume that's like under the operational cost when I'm looking at your guys's dashboard. With that, does anyone else have any other questions down here? Senator Severs-Gansert, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the presentation and discussion, and I just wanted to make a comment. When I looked at examples of investments in workforce legislation, when you went over your numbers for the 16 to 24-year-olds, I think there is a huge need in the high schools with and coordinating with other entities that are there. So I think it would be smart to have career advisors. If that's something that we can add next session, I think that would be a great idea. There's also the Dean's Future Scholars, which is really targeted at helping students starting in 6th grade be able to attend college at the university level or community college, and I think that's one of the programs that we've got JAG, but I do think it's worth investing more at that level so that they can get up and running and either go to some form of higher ed or get a job sooner versus later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator, for your sentiments. I think that is it. I thank you all for your presentation today and the time you took to prepare it and answering our questions today. So we'll look forward to kind of seeing that data when you guys are able to get that together. With that, we will go ahead. And I know we may take a couple minutes to take down one presentation, upload the next presentation. Our next group of folks is from the department, our DETR department. And I didn't know if you guys were going to split it up or how you want to split it up, or am I going first to Nevada Works? Sorry about that. I missed someone and I didn't want to leave Mr. Milt Stewart, the Chief Executive Officer of Nevada Works, will go there first, and then our DETR folks. I was going to plan, because I know it may take a bit for today's schedule. We were going to move kind of lunch a little up early to 11:30, but let's just see how we're going once we get done with Mr. Stewart's presentation for Nevada Works. And when you get everything ready, feel free to start when you're ready.
Madam Chair, if I may. This is Michael Nakamoto, Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. For the members of the public and for the committee, because we had printer deadlines to get the packet done to maintain flexibility with the presenters, there are two of the presentations that are outside of the meeting packet. Nevada Works is one of those two. It is on your desks, and it is also available as a separate presentation in Nellis as well.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to present this morning. My name is Milt Stewart, and I'm the CEO for Nevada Works. Nevada Works is a local workforce development board for 13 counties in northern Nevada. We're very similar in construct to Workforce Connections, as we both receive, we owe a Title I-B funding. So a lot of what you heard from the Workforce Connections team would be translate to Nevada Works as well. And so we are the fiscal administrative entity for those WIOA funding in 13 counties in northern Nevada. You can see from the map, it's easier to, we have the list there, but we don't cover Lincoln, Nye, Esmeralda, and Clark. So that's southern Nevada. We cover the rest of the state. And as you look at the map, our area is over 70,000 square miles. So we cover a very large geographic area that is all the way from the urban metro areas of Reno, Sparks, Carson City to rural and remote areas. So we have a very large area that has very diverse needs. As Jaime had mentioned, the workforce boards are meant to be the hubs or the conveners for workforce development's ecosystem. And so Nevada Works for Northern Nevada, we are that hub, and we're trying to bring together, and we do bring together employers, job seekers, and workforce partners to create and convene that workforce development system. You heard Irene mention that we do have two sets of customers. Employers and job seekers are our customers. And so our goal is to develop that world-class talent pipeline. And so we start with the job seekers, or if we start with the job seekers, we're really trying to identify any barriers that they may have in order to make them successful in the workplace. So for certain folks, that may be as simple as resume writing or job interviewing skills or so on. But we do, once we've identified the barriers and provided assessments, we're really trying to figure out what is it that that individual actually needs and how do we help them to be successful. So we provide that career development. It can be things like occupational skills training, so we can get folks into a training that is actually related to an in-demand occupation, work-based learning, so on-the-job trainings, work experiences, internships, and so on. And then those employability skills, which are commonly called basic skills or success skills that can help individuals just be successful in the workplace. And we're doing all of this through the lens of in-demand occupations and what is it that employers need in order to create the supply for the demand that they have from an occupational perspective. And so we do use a bottom-up approach, and in a nutshell, we're constantly utilizing the information that we get from various sources, partners, our industry sector partnerships that we're going to talk about in just a moment. But the approach that we take is continuing to solicit input and feedback from all of these organizations, from employers, from job seekers, to help inform the system and how we can make sure that we have a delivery service model that meets their needs but is also continuously improving. We also hold stakeholder engagement events, and so the pictures that you see there are of Community Charrette that we held, where we had over 50 different partners and educational and training partners, as well as other workforce development partners, where we were having conversations around career pathways. We were having conversations around that were focused on economic development and how we blend that together. And also with the partners in the room trying to come up with creative ways to braid and leverage funding, because for Nevada Works, Jaime had mentioned that generally speaking, on average, they're getting somewhere in the order of $20 million a year for WIOA, plus or minus. Nevada Works on average gets 4 to 6 million. 6 million in a good year. Generally speaking, we're somewhere in the order of 4.5 million. And so our resources are a little bit more limited. And so it's very important for us, if we're going to have a delivery of service model, a quality delivery of service model, that we partner to braid and leverage those fundings. We also had we brought in Title II, so Nevada Department of Education for adult basic education, English language learning, and so on, so that we could identify where there are opportunities to contextualize adult basic education with training and wrap those two together. And we're doing that through our Good Jobs initiative that I'll get to in a moment. But really, instead of having two separate parallel paths for somebody that needs support for remediation or for adult basic education, we're doing that at the same time that we're doing training, so that they can contextualize that for the work that occupations they would be doing, but also to kind of speed up the process to the extent that we're able. And then this last year, we held a 3-week tour, if you will, of our Northern Nevada region, because we are very intentionally doing work with the tribes in Northern Nevada through our Good Jobs initiative. And we were looking to, and we met with many tribes throughout the region to really find out what their needs are and find out, figure out based on what resources that we can bring to bear, how we leverage what they're doing or stand up some programs for them, but all in the spirit of ensuring that we're doing it in a way that meets their needs and not, we're from the government, we're here to tell you how to do this. We're listening to what their needs are and then developing programs accordingly. We also, you heard some language around the employee NV hubs. So throughout Northern Nevada, maybe I should say this way. So the employee NV career and business hub model and youth hub model really developed here down in Southern Nevada. But as Nevada Works and Dieter were trying to say, how do we do something similar up here? We had conversations, we pulled Workforce Connections in, so 2 local workforce development boards and Dieter really decided that this branding model made sense for the entire state. So we have staff, Nevada Works has staff in all of the employee NV hubs throughout Northern Nevada. And there's really 2 types of services, basically speaking. I know that Dieter's going to talk to this in a bit. So we're providing job seeker services, which again can be anywhere from those basic resume writing and job interviewing and even how to work a job fair, all the way up to occupational skills training, and then providing supportive services to those individuals to help them be successful. And of course, we are also providing employer resources. And so the model that we use in Northern Nevada is tweaked just a little bit. So the short story is that I came on as CEO about 2.5 years ago. And one of the first conversations that I had as CEO, I went to Mr. John Perrell from Dieter, and I said, look, you guys are doing business services and employer outreach, and we have the opportunity to. We can do that as part of our mandate. We don't really have the resources, and you're already doing it. So the conversation became, how do we work together to utilize the system, to utilize the business hubs in a way that aligned with Nevada Works strategic goals? And honestly, it was a really easy conversation. It was yes and, right? It was yes, how do we continue that conversation? And so our model in Northern Nevada is that generally speaking, almost all of the business and employer engagement that we utilize Dieter to do that work. And it also helps from if you're an employer, and there's multiple organizations out there, it can sometimes get confusing, what is the organization that you should contact and so on. So the model that we've developed here really is Dieter, under the employee NV business hub models, the Dieter logo and the Nevada Works logo are really blended in that employee NV business hub. There are times when it's appropriate and it makes sense for each organization to present themselves as the provider of that service and whatnot. But generally speaking, if we're doing something under the employee NV hub, the business hub model, we actually will then also include both of our logos so that we can show that, look, this is a partnership. And if there's any confusion out there over whether whether you should be contacting Nevada Works or Dieter, contact the hub, because that's really where you're going to get the services. So both of those, the career hub and the business hubs, again, help inform our bottom-up approach. So Nevada Works strategic goals. So I mentioned that I came on as CEO about 2.5 years ago, and at that time, Nevada Works didn't have a very strong strategic vision, and so it became important that, some of the first things that we did was to develop a strategic plan and to identify some strategic goals. And you can see the list that we're providing. But basically the concept here is, how do we deliver a high quality, human-centered delivery of service model that we're continuously improving and that is providing innovative solutions to our delivery of service, all while making sure that we're convening and collaborating with workforce development stakeholders to ensure alignment. So as I mentioned, Nevada Works, our WIOA funding is limited. And so as an organization, if we want to deliver, that high quality delivery of service model, it really requires that we partner and braid and leverage, but also seek additional funding. And so we have a list. I listed out the funding streams that we have. And so, of course, we have that WIOA. Nevada Works applied for and received an award from the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration through Good Jobs dollars that allowed us to really expand or strengthen the work that we're able to do throughout Northern Nevada. And I'll speak more about that in just a bit. We also have an H-1B rural healthcare grant, which is USDOL money through Owen to Nevada Works, and Nevada Hospital Association is the organization that delivers those services. Some other funding that we have received from the U.S. Department of Labor through Dieter is a Quest grant, which is dislocated workers grant, a disconnected youth dollars. So you heard Jaime and Workforce Connections mention disconnected youth. And so we're developing a program for Northern Nevada where we can serve those disconnected youth as well. Probably the most successful thus far dollars that we've gotten from the state is our incumbent worker training program. Those are state dollars that Dieter had granted to both local boards, and I'll get into that a little bit more in just a moment. We have industry sector dollars that are in front of the BOE, I think, next month, in anticipation that we would stand up some additional industry sector partnerships so that we can have those intentional direct conversations with employers. We have various other federal and state awards, smaller state awards, and we're also we have 2 grants applications out there where we are the finalists. One is private funding, and then the other is another grant from the U.S. Department of Labor. So the incumbent worker training dollars that the board's got from Dieter really is utilizing the concepts that are in WIOA, but really streamlining and the process to make it much easier for employers to take advantage and much easier and direct results for the employees. So Nevada Works received $1.5 million from the state through CEP dollars. And in a nutshell, if we were to replace the word incumbent with existing, it's existing worker training. That's really what the concept here is. So as employers identify that they have some employees that they would like to upskill, this program allows that to happen, and we're able to pay for training and instructors if there were very specific training that the employer needed. Let's say it was on a production line or they just were installing a new production line, and they needed a trainer from the vendor, for instance. They can bring that person in, and we can pay for that training. We can pay for supports. We can pay for books and things of that nature that will be necessary to attend that training. And in a nutshell, it needs to result in, the training needs to result in one of four things: a wage increase, and or a promotion, and or a title change, or it's a layoff aversion, meaning I need to provide this training to this individual or groups of individuals, otherwise I'm going to need to lay them off. But if I get the training, I'd be able to retain them. And the skin in the game for the employers is a few things, including, in order for this model to be successful, we had to ensure for the employees that they still got paid while they were in the training, right? And so the employers need to commit that they're going to pay that individual's wages while they're actually in the training. And that allows the employees a little bit more latitude to say yes, right? Because if they knew they were going to be in training X, 5 hours a week or whatever it is, well, for many of these individuals, that if they lost those wages, that would be a big deal, and which understandably so. So their skin in the game is really saying, okay, we're going to give them one of those four things, the wage increase and so on, and we're going to pay for their wages while they're actually in the training. And so this shows a dashboard that we've created, and this is through March 30th. So of the $1.5 million, right now we spent almost $700,000 on training through 90 businesses. Number of employees that received that training is 332. The average investment for employee that is roughly $1,600, and the average hourly wage increase was $2.27, which is around $4,700 a year. Again, average, some are higher, some are lower. What we're doing though is we're insisting that the wage increase be commensurate with the amount of dollars that we're going to invest in the training. So, if there were 4 employees and it was $5,000 that we were spending, then obviously the wage increase we're expecting is smaller. But if we were spending tens of thousands of dollars for a dozen employees, then we'd say, okay, well, we need to see some type of ROI on this, and what we're looking to do, and this is somewhat arbitrary, but what we're looking to do is to ensure that we would get an ROI in less than 2 years. So in other words, the wage increase, the cumulative wage increase, would exceed the amount that we're expending in less than 2 years' time. As I mentioned before, we have an H-1B rural healthcare grant, and really that is meant to beef up the workforce, healthcare workforce throughout the rural communities. And so of the 13 counties that we serve, the grant is not in Washoe County because it doesn't meet the federal definition for rural. But the rest of our counties are taking advantage of this. And we're really, the model is to create some employment and training programs, and to really make sure that the healthcare industry is getting supports and getting some employees and workers that will, because in the rurals it's hard in urban areas. It's even harder in rural areas for those organizations, those doctors' offices and hospitals to find employees. One thing that we did, this was, as I mentioned before, this was a grant that Nevada Works had through Owen and ultimately all the way up to the U.S. Department of Labor. And as we got into the grant, we have Nevada Hospital Association, that is the organization that's providing services. And they came to us and they said, there's some opportunity and demand in Southern Nevada as well. And so through some conversations with Workforce Connections and with Owen, Goen at the time, they requested to U.S. Department of Labor that Nevada Works could then bring those services down into Southern Nevada. So we were approved to do so. And so Nevada Works then, while running through Workforce Connections, because it's their area, we brought the H-1B healthcare grant down into Southern Nevada. You had heard Workforce Connections earlier say that the relationship between the local boards and Dieter and other partners, but primarily the two local boards and Dieter, is as strong as he's ever seen. I agree with that. Jaime and I have a great relationship, pick up the phone, call each other. And because of the funding and the resources that Workforce Connections has, they, like Brett was here, and he'll run reports for Workforce Connections, and then he'll run them for us as well because he's already created the query. It's just a simple matter to run it for Nevada Works as well. I don't have to ask. He just, here I ran this report. Here's the numbers, and I think that demonstrates the alignment and the collaboration and cooperation between the two local boards. So Good Jobs Northern Nevada, as I mentioned, is the funding that we received from the U.S. Department of Commerce. There were 509 applicants and only 32 awards across the United States, and Nevada Works was one of the awardees, so we're very proud of that. It's giving us roughly $15 million over a 3-year period to develop talent pipelines in underserved and marginalized communities, including the tribal communities. We intentionally wrote tribes into our grant as a sub-plan, and I'll get to that in just a moment. But really the idea behind this and what USEDA was looking for was for regional employer-led workforce development training systems. In other words, employers are informing the system on what their needs are. And that perfectly aligns with WIOA, so it was natural for us to apply for that grant. And so through the industry sector partnerships and other conversations, we're bringing those stakeholders, those businesses and industries into the conversation. And generally speaking, with the industry sector partnerships, as we're convening those, in a nutshell, what we're doing is saying, okay, we've done an educational inventory. All right, we know the trainings that are available on the marketplace, if you will. And we've done some labor market analysis to say, okay, here's some research on what we're finding that the data says on in-demand occupations and maybe even the skills that are necessary for those. And then we take them to the industry sector partnership meetings and we say, can you validate this or not? I mean, is what we're seeing, is what the data is telling us, is that real world? And because we want to make sure that the trainings we're providing are relevant to those in-demand occupations. And furthermore, it's not just the trainings that we're having conversations about, it's the skills, right? And so how well does an existing training meet your skill demands? And what we're finding, generally speaking, is that typically the programs that are at the community colleges and the other organizations, the other training providers, are that result in industry recognized credentials. Generally speaking, they're providing the skills. But one of the things that we also what we also found is that in the gray area in the middle there, and this one tracks back to one of the early ones, is that there are some skills that are kind of ubiquitous or that would not necessarily be given through the occupational skills training, but that employers are saying that they have a need for. And sometimes those things are as simple as Microsoft Office and the Office suite, so Word and Excel and whatnot. And so I say that to say that ideally we're taking trainings that are on the market, and then we're either layering something with it or over the top of it, say it's a Microsoft Office class, or it could also be, like I mentioned before, adult basic education, English language learning. We learned of one program at a welding program, actually, that was very successful. They could get participants to meet the skills part of it, right? The practicum, the actual welding part of it, but they couldn't pass the exams because they didn't have English language. And so we're working to develop, to layer that English language learning in combination with Title II with the Nevada Department of Education to say, well, that kind of sounds silly, right? We have somebody that all other things being equal, the quality of the work is there. But because of the methodology, because of the way that the exams are given, they just weren't able to pass. So it's those types of things that we're really working on with this program. We identified 4 sectors, and those 4 sectors were identified in collaboration with organizations like GoEd, and really they were meant to be the most in demand at the time, and or those that would have a demand into the future, growth industries. So the 4 sectors that we identified were advanced manufacturing, logistics, manufacturing, and information technology or technology. And so our original plan was to have sector navigators, right? So these navigators would interact with the industry sector, the businesses, and really help inform our decisions. But as we got the grant and started really designing what it would look like, we switched that over to regional navigators because we do have such a large region. We wanted to ensure that we had individuals that were in those communities, and we aligned those navigators, those regional navigators, with the GoEd RDA regions throughout our Nevada Works local area. We have 5 RDAs, and we had 4 navigators, so we piggybacked 2 together. And really the concept there was, how do we work with those economic regional development authorities, because they are there. They've been there for a long period of time. They have relationships with businesses and with individuals in the community. And then how do we put some folks, our navigators, into those communities? And then we also developed the tribal navigator. So we have a gentleman, he's a tribal member. And he is our tribal navigator, so he makes those connections and develops those relationships for us with the tribes. And so really that model is meant to, so we talk about case management, or we talk about interacting with individuals. So what we've done through Good Jobs and everything that we're rolling out through Good Jobs is really a pilot to see what best practice we could then translate back over to WIOA. And the dollars from EDA are a little bit more flexible, so we're able to do some things with those dollars that is difficult for us to do with U.S. Department of Labor dollars. And so this navigator really is, we've developed a very low bar to entry into the system, right? So we have a QR code and a website that asks basically 3 or 4 questions to get you into the system. How do we contact you? And a little bit of demographic information, and then where do you live? Because we route them based to the navigators based on where they live. And then those navigators are having in-depth and intentional conversations with those individuals to find out what their barriers to employment are and how do we help mitigate those barriers. And so we leverage that, all the funding that I mentioned earlier, really ultimately through these navigators to provide a high level or a high quality level of service. Again, it's difficult to do through WIOA just because we're resource limited. But as we develop these best practices through Good Jobs and really streamline them, the intent is to bring them into WIOA. Once we have them streamlined, there's not a lot of additional cost associated with them. But the general idea here is, how do we take an individual that has barriers, that is underserved, that generally speaking is on the margins, and how do we ensure that they're going to be successful through training, then ultimately placement? And so sometimes it takes a lot of work. Some people can get through the system and get to the other side with minimal supports or interventions, and then others need more. And so we just wanted to make sure that we were developing a system that would meet the needs of really that whole range. And so one of the things so we also, as an output of Good Jobs in Nevada, have developed local workforce area strategic plans that include 2 subplans, one for remote rural communities in our area, and then also the American Indians or the tribes that we had mentioned before. And it takes partnerships to do this. And so we've listed some of the partners that we have, which would include the backbone organizations, OSIT at the state level, UNR, USED, and so on. And so we're leveraging and working with them and leveraging the work that they're doing in conjunction with our work so that we can be very intentional about how we're serving employers and how we're training job seekers to meet their needs. As a result of the work that we've done through the tribal interactions and engagement, we were actually able to stand up an Indian Workforce Development Council in Northern Nevada, and that's new, right? That's new for us. You know, in general, it's kind of a new concept because sometimes there are tribes that don't even necessarily interact with one another for a variety of reasons. But because we have a really good tribal navigator who is a tribal member himself, he's been able to bring multiple tribes together for this Indian Workforce Development Council. And we utilize the Intertribal Council, and UNR has an Indigenous Relations Office, and so we bring all that together. And really the concept here is how do we help you without telling you what you need, right? How do we have that conversation? And then it evolves over time, right? And we've said to these tribes in general, look, Nevada Works is an entity. We can be that administrative entity. We can apply for grants on behalf of you. You know, we can support grants, but ultimately, let us know to what extent that you need us to help you, because we want to give you best practice. We want you to understand and work together, but we don't want to tell you how to do this. And so that's been pretty successful. We've actually received some recognition nationally and over this, and are working, the WestEd, who is our principal investigators, working on a white paper that we really believe, based on conversations that we've had, the model that we're creating can be a best practice nationwide. And then we have some testimonials, and they are of a similar ilk to what you heard from Workforce Connections, and I'm happy to read them, or I'm happy to pause here and answer any questions you have.
I would say go ahead and finish your presentation, and then we'll save questions for the end.
Sure. And so I'll read one of these off. This was from a student advanced EMT program, which was through our Good Job Challenge, and they appreciate the financial assistance. A huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. The stress that comes with working while in school was quickly dissipated. The grant was easy to apply for, and the folks in charge of the grant were very good about communicating with me and making it clear what I needed to do throughout the process. And then we have a couple others like that. And with that, I will entertain any questions.
Thank you so much. I'm really intrigued by the work that you guys are doing in the tribal sector. And just in my mind, I think jurisdictional issues, and with the funding with respect to the work to do training of tribal members that I assume probably live on and off of the reservation. Is that coming through, and I think this is coming from which pot of dollars? That's what I'm kind of trying to figure that one out.
So it depends on the circumstance. We're really trying to braid even our funding internally so that we're utilizing the funding in a way that would probably not shock that as we get these grants, there are certain eligibility requirements and there are certain outcomes and goals. And so, you know, we have the pots, and then or the buckets, and we're basically saying, okay, which bucket can this come out of? And so there's a lot of variables to that, including how close are we to the end of that grant, and what is our expenditure rate, and which funds, you know, first in, first out, which funds do we want to utilize? It's not really as easy as what I just said, but that's the concept behind it.
And where I was getting specifically is because I was trying to think kind of twofold. I mean, doing job training for tribal members could be at a multitude of levels of needs. Like some of the tribes may need workers for economic development. When I think of what economic development, I start thinking about the cannabis facilities that are now opening up from some of the tribes, whether it be like Winnemucca or some of the other tribes up north. But the problem is federal dollars probably cannot be utilized for that type of training to make them qualified for like state licensing and all of that. So that's kind of where my mind was going. Is it's interesting because it seems like a lot of your dollars are coming from federal, but the needs may be state needs. So that's why I was asking the question.
Milt Stewart, for the record, understood. And so to that level of detail, we're still having those conversations. It takes a lot of time to build trust and build relationships. And so, the majority of the work up to this point has been that. Now we're really digging into the meat of what are the actual occupational trainings that are needed. But again, to your point, the concept or the mindset we're taking is if we can't do it with funding that we have, how do we find some funding that will allow us to do it?
And then one last question, I'll turn it over to some of my colleagues to ask some questions, but I would also see it as also normal needs, like needing educators, healthcare workers in some of our most remote tribal locations. It seems like it all falls kind of in your part of our state, as well as some of our counties down south, but just getting that need as well. I'm sure the need is there, and hopefully through other programs that needs being able to fill and hopefully get more individuals out in our rural areas to provide those necessary services. With that, do we have any questions down here in Las Vegas? Assemblyman York.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. And I'm going to ask a question, and I apologize. It is out of complete ignorance. I am totally new to these programs, and I'm going to confess that I'm always trying to figure out, this public investment with the appropriate level of accountability. And kind of similar to my colleague's question to the last, what was Workforce Connections Group, trying to measure the ROI. And I'm trying to figure out the long-term sustainability of these programs, because as I've sat and listened to these presentations, there's a lot of focus on the short-term ROI, immediacy of job placement and the training that take to get there. But I'm also curious, and I don't know if these sorts of measurements exist in Nevada, or if not, maybe in other states that measure kind of the long-term sustainability and the long-term return on investment. Things like, and I'm just thinking kind of off the top of my head, but overall increase of a participant's employability, their long-term advancement opportunity, ultimately economic mobility with these people that go through the program. Are there any measurements in your program or any other program in Nevada, as you're aware, that would kind of help me understand the long-term return on this type of investment?
Yeah, Milt Stewart, for the record. That's a good question, and by that I mean this: you saw the common measures, the second quarter, fourth quarter, and whatnot. Those are the U.S. Department of Labor's required measurements. But to your point, that should really be the bare minimum, right? So in other words, from a compliance perspective. So I know this work is happening both at the Governor's Board level and Governor's Workforce Development Board level, and then also at Nevada Works, that's great. How do we identify additional metrics, establish some baselines, and then measure continuous improvement? I say all that to say, you're absolutely right. The measures that we have probably don't tell the whole story. They don't tell the whole story. And so actually we're having some intentional conversations through Nevada Works Strategic Planning Group around those types of things. How do we not only, as Jaime had mentioned and Workforce Connections has mentioned, the majority of those measures look backwards. And then sometimes they're looking backwards quite a ways. When we start talking about fourth quarter, we're all, because of the way the data is collected, we're almost looking 2 years in the rearview mirror. And that it's hard to inform decision-making today on something that happened 2 years ago. One of the measures is more real-time, but really, as we work with our partners, as more data becomes available in the longitudinal database, the NPower database, really looking to see how do we bring all that information together and start to answer questions like that.
One thing that I noticed that wasn't in here was, were there any policy needs? Like how our Southern Workforce Connection had mentioned some exemplars from Maryland and also from an exemplar from last session where we removed barriers with respect to internships and the requirement of students from the school districts working for people that all had background checks. Was there anything that, because I feel like our states are kind of very different and you're dealing with a lot of rural Nevada up north. Was there any policy needs that you were looking from a state perspective that would be helpful?
Miltster, for the record, having seen Workforce Connections response, so I was aware of the two that they had mentioned. So, and I agree with that 100%. The other thing that I would mention, Nevada Works is Workforce Connections is further on this journey than we are, and by that I mean the evolution of the Workforce Connections as a local workforce development board. When you hear the things that Workforce Connections is doing, it took them a while to get there, and they're doing some really innovative things, even at a national level. And I say that to say we're a few years behind them at this point, so really trying to identify what those needs and opportunities would be. I would say that one of the things that we found as we were working, as we work with the community colleges, especially on non-credit courses, on the industry recognized credentials and certifications, we allocated some dollars for them for tuition. And one of the things that we heard was that because of the way that the formula funding is for the community colleges, it makes it, my words not theirs, kind of challenging to really focus on those industry recognized credentials, those middle skill type credentials, which is quite frankly where a lot of the jobs are and or would be coming from. So I know enough about that to be dangerous, other than I know that it was a pain point when we were having the conversations. I'm saying, like, this should be, a little bit of an easier conversation, and it wasn't. And I don't mean because they weren't willing to have the conversation. It just, it didn't align neatly with what we were trying to do.
Thank you for that. And I know this during the interim, we're looking at like the funding formula for our higher education. With that, let me see if Senator Neal, do you have any questions?
Madam Chair, thank you. So I have questions because I know you work with some of the rural counties, and Dieter just sent over the recent report from April 2024 on, which is the AB 354, which gives a breakdown by demographics by county. So when you look at Douglas, Humboldt, they're still like 14%, 14, 10, 11% unemployment for Native Indigenous communities. And so I saw that in your slide. So can you dig a little bit deeper and explain, what are the barriers and the issues on why their unemployment rate is still super, super high?
Sure. Melt Stewart, for the record. I think I don't know that there's one specific reason other than, depending on the tribe, either there just literally isn't any type of jobs available, or that sometimes they don't want to leave their tribal lands to work. I mean, there's a multitude of things that can go into that. But what I would share is that one of the subplans that we've created through our Good Jobs Northern Nevada grant is working intentionally with the Governor's Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology to help them with their workforce needs around broadband infrastructure. And so the concept that we've talked with OSIT on is how do we help provide workers, but then also how do we follow you around, if you will, as you light up communities? How do we then have conversations with those? Now there's a whole world that's available that wasn't previously available. So we conceptually have baked into the plan that as some of these rural communities and some of these tribal lands get broadband internet? How do we bring entrepreneurial training to them? How do we bring trainings to them? Maybe they're not going to be a W-2 employee. Maybe they're going to be a 1099 employee, because now all of a sudden they could maybe be with the right training, they could be a consultant or work remotely, whereas they weren't able to in the past. So I say that to say that it's a bit of a work in progress, but that's exactly why we're having the conversations with the tribes, is to find out how can we help and what do we need to do to decrease those unemployment numbers.
I have a follow-up to that. So we've, on the revenue committees, we've heard a lot about, TRIC and how TRIC is performing and is exceeding our expectations in terms of, economic development. So you've been there for 2 years. Why do you think the communities of color, because there are multiple, there's Indigenous, there's African American, there's also Latino community. Why aren't they being able to take advantage of those high level jobs at TRIC, which we have done state investment in? And we see some kind of correlation between those communities and the economic development activity that we're doing on one end, which are state dollars, and then these other federal state investment that we're doing on workforce. Why hasn't there been some kind of convening or collateral effect into those communities?
Milt Stewart, for the record. I asked myself that same question to a certain extent, and so, and I don't mean to be flip about that, but what I mean to say is that you heard Workforce Connections mention that that the local boards are required to go out through a competitive request for proposal process to identify and to contract with service providers, with organizations that would then provide the services to individuals. And so we are actually wrapping up our cycle right now, but the intent in this cycle was more directly asking those types of questions. And what I mean by that is, what is your delivery of service model? What is your proposed delivery of service model to identify and serve underserved or demographics or populations that would be identified as needing assistance through AB 354. And I'm not in any way trying to disparage or throw existing providers under the bus. That's not the intent. But the model that we're going to is more driven by Nevada Works to very specifically ask those questions and then do something about it. So that's a work in progress for us.
Good to know. I mean, because all Nevadans, right, deserve to be put into the strategy. And if we're investing on one end and we're seeing this success in economic development, the natural expectation is that it translates into work, not just for some, but for all who are eligible to work, right? And so can you break down the dislocated, like your impact into dislocated workers? Like, do you know what your percentage, and I don't want to say dislocated because I think dislocated is a large term, folks who may be differently abled, who might be seeking employment within the northern communities? Because I think that's because there's dislocated, meaning I had work, now I'm trying to seek more work, and then there's differently abled, right? Which you have a different ability. And I don't think we've talked about that.
Milt Stewart, for the record. So I don't have that data readily available right now, but what I would say is that when we enroll someone in WIOA Title I, we ask a multitude of questions, including disabilities and or demographic information, really just to try and identify the types of things that you're asking about. And I say that to say that we have data available and we could certainly share how we could collect that data. I don't know it off the top of my head, but we do have information and data available that we could then group or filter in a way that could answer some of those questions, or at least maybe not fix the problem, but at least identify any potential problems and how we might approach fixing it.
And thank you for that, because the reason why I'm asking, and this is probably some future work, but it's certainly a future strategy that I think needs to be advanced, that when we're talking about disabled or differently abled populations who cross over into our homeless populations, we need to figure out how are we dealing with that, our workforce strategy within that particular community, because that is a support system that I feel is weak, and that is also not being manifested. When we look at the numbers on who is homeless, they fall into a disabled or differently abled category, but if there is a remedy and a strategy that's going to help them stabilize, which means the workforce dollars, working with the homelessness dollars, working with the economic development dollars, we can see how we as a state, our investments can adjust in terms of the trend to start to help, right? Because what I noticed that seniors and mostly disabled fall into those homeless categories, right? I'm leaving out, whether or not there's an alcohol disorder, but what I've noticed is that if you're disabled, you're falling into a category of no support system. And if there are dollars to help them go to work or sustain themselves to prevent them from being in a homeless encampment, we should have an overlapping strategy there that helps them reach that goal.
Miltzer, for the record, I agree. And so the one-stop delivery system, these employee hubs and American Job Centers, and the workforce development systems that local boards convene and help to stand up, that's the concept. It takes work, right? It takes collaborations and partnerships. With regards to disabled specifically, the Title IV, the Department of Vocation and Rehabilitation, I know is presenting later on, so they may be better able to answer some of the questions around that. But I also know that feeding this data, both Nevada Works, DETR, Vocation and Rehabilitation and whatnot, into the longitudinal data system, that NPower is going to help to answer some of those questions.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. With that, I just want to make sure in Carson City, do we have any questions or comments? Okay. With that, thank you so much for your presentation today and answering questions. And with that, just because it's 11:30 right now, what I was going to do, I know lunch for my colleagues has been delivered down here and up north. We're just going to take a 15, I think everyone has a lot of things later this afternoon, so we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. If Dieter wants to take their break, they can. If you want to start uploading your stuff, that's fine. But for my colleagues, if we can be back here by about 11:47 to get back started, food has been delivered and it's in the conference room. And feel free, and I don't want to be disrespectful for those, I'm going to invite my colleagues if they don't finish up, if they want to finish up here while we're hearing the presentation from our next presenter, that's fine as well. I'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. We'll be continuing with agenda item 5. And I see a lot of folks from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation up here with us. And feel free when you substitute in and out, there may be other people, I get it, doing parts of the presentation today. Just remember if you can, because there's a lot of you guys, is just to remember to state your name for the record. And with that, Director, feel free to commence whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. And yes, we'll probably be switching out, and I have another chair up here, and I'll probably move over to that chair. For the record, Christopher Sewell, Director of the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. This morning, you heard from 2 organizations that we work with very closely. And probably the one thing that came out of that is there's a lot of moving parts in this ecosystem. So what we'll do today is maybe make it a little bit simpler. So what Dieter's focus is going to be on is we're the state designated workforce agency through WEOA. And we have our employee NV hubs, which deals with people that are looking for jobs and businesses that are trying to find employees. We have the one-stop delivery system, which is our 2 local workforce boards that you heard from this morning. And I'm going to stop there and say, I think the working relationship between the 3 of us is as best it's ever been. I have monthly meetings with both of them together, and we talk things through. And one of the things that we always promise each other is we're going to be upfront and transparent with each other. So I would probably say 95% of the time we agree on what's going on. We don't agree 5% of the time, but we work through those differences, and we come to a yes. So that's one of the other things we do. We also have the Office of Workforce Innovation, and Owen is actually under Dieter. In 2019, it was moved back under Dieter, and originally created under the Sandoval administration. Also, when it was created, it was under Dieter, moved out to the governor's office, and then in 2019, it was moved back to Dieter. Owen is the coordinator. If you look back at history of workforce under Governor Sandoval and Governor Sisolak and now Governor Lombardo, Owen was supposed to be the coordinator. They're the spear. They bring all the parties together, whether that's NSHE, whether that's Dieter, whether that's GoEd, whether that's businesses. They're the spear. Executive Director Hammond is going to talk about some of the things that he's been working on and trying to coordinate and bring all those things together. And when they come up with an idea, what we look at then is who can do this program. If it's Dieter, we'll do the program. I have a whole unit deals with programmatic items. If it's GoEd or if it's NSHE. But that's what Owen is supposed to be doing, and that is what Executive Director Hammond is doing, and he's doing a fabulous job at it. We're also going to go into our grant details and description of what all the funding mechanisms are. As you heard this morning, there's a lot. And right now, that was only two big pots. There's a lot more to this. And so we're going to go into that. And then you asked for AI, and we'll touch on some AI opportunities for us. The ecosystem of workforce is complicated. And I don't know all the answers. I don't have all the details. There was an article, and the article had some inaccuracies in it. And we're going to go through and we're going to correct those inaccuracies. So that way we have the information that is out there that everyone can digest and figure out where it came from. But it is complicated. So I'm not going to sit here and talk. I have a great team, excellent team. behind me. They're the miracle workers. They're the ones that get people to work. They're the ones that run these programs to make sure that we have the proper training for the individuals. Do they need a pair of boots? Do they need an OSHA 10 card? Do they need a CDL? And all the other magnitudes of training that we provide. I was once told that Dieter is the best kept secret when it comes to employers and job seekers. And I'm sad to say it's true. We need to be out front, and we're trying to get there. I can tell you, and we're going to testify about this, in the last 2 years or last year and a half, we put more money out on the street to train individuals than we have probably in the last 6 years. One of my things is we don't say no. We try to say yes, and we will get to yes. We put money into teacher stipends because a lot of teachers in their last semester have to go substitute teach. They have to give up a day job to do that. So we put $1.2 million into teacher stipends. That's just one program. We're looking at expanding and helping with getting physicians and working with OSET. We put money into CNAs. We put money into helping individuals get their credential for child care, to run a child care through all of our community college system. Here in southern Nevada, all the way up into Elko in western Nevada. So we're there. What a lot of people don't know is what we actually do, and we'll go into that. So instead of listening to me anymore, I'm going to introduce a gentleman. He's my new deputy director over workforce, John Perrell. John's been with Dieter over 18 years, or with the state over 18 years, with Dieter 10. He's come from the social services side, but he knows workforce. He knows our employee NV offices. He knows our hubs. He knows the American Job Center. And he's going to go through what they do, so you have a better understanding of sort of the base. And then we'll move on to the rest of my great staff, and we'll try to educate you as best we can. So I will be quiet and turn it over to John.
Thank you to Director Sewell. Committee. My name is John Perrell, for the record. I am the new Deputy Administrator for the Employment Security Division Workforce. So I'm going to tie in together. I was looking at the two presentations before me, my friends at Workforce Connections and Nevada Works, and I'm going to tie it all in together kind of from the higher level. So this graphic shows the Nevada's workforce system. Inside the hub, you will see agencies where WIOA funds flow from and through to go to the partners outside of the wheel. In the middle of the wheel, Federal Executive Agency, U.S. Department of Labor, administers the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, or WIOA. And this legislation is designed to help job seekers access training, education, and supportive services to succeed in the labor market. Dieter is a state agency that oversees the Nevada workforce system, and under that umbrella of Dieter, you have OWIN, the Office of Workforce Innovation, which has oversight over the Governor's Workforce Development Board, whose role is to examine the development of the state's workforce plan, as well as recommend workforce development policy improvements. And Dieter also operates employee NV hubs throughout the state. The other side of that is the locals. Now, you've heard from the two today, and they're composed of chief local elected officials and our partners in the business community, labor, mandated core partners, regional development authorities, workforce training providers, K-12 education, CTE, and higher education are part of the local workforce development boards, again, namely Workforce Connections and Nevada Works. The local boards also operate one-stop centers, American Job Centers, which are also co-branded under the Employ NV brand. I've been here 18 years, and never did I think that we would be co-branded across statewide, and that's really a big thing. Maybe small, but if you look at it, the last 18 years I've seen migrations to north, south, vice versa, and now our citizens can pretty much go anywhere. If they need help with a resume, something that simple, or something as larger like training, they can go into an Employ NV hub anywhere, pretty much in Nevada, and that's the Northern brand. So now our one-stop centers, which is the American Job Centers that Workforce Connections and Nevada Works mentioned earlier, and the Employ NV, they're all co-branded. Next slide, please. Now, this slide shows how funds flow through, basically. It's a simplified graphic of how workforce funding flows from the federal agencies to the local providers. Federal agencies award funding to the state workforce agency, again, that's DETR, which awards it to the local workforce development boards, who turn around and award those funds to local providers. Next slide. This is a brief description of an overview of a day in the life of a Nevadan using the Employ NV Career Hub. We have 3 career hubs in northern Nevada. We have 21 career hubs in southern Nevada, 6 career hubs in rural Nevada areas. Now, the services will include labor market information, resume preparation assistance, job search, job referral and entered employment assistance, referrals to partner providers for additional training assistance, SNAP, TANF assistance, child care assistance, and other supportive services. In addition, the career hubs offer workshops for soft skills and interviewing skills and resume writing. So far, we have assisted 37,488 clients. That's year ending April. Program resources provided out of the career hubs include WIOA Title I, Wagner-Pizer, Jobs for Veterans State Grant, Reemployment Services and Eligibility Assessment, Career Enhancement Program, Reentry Program, Federal Bonding Program, Silver State Works, Migrant Seasonal Farm Worker Program, Trade Adjustment Assistance, and Vocational Rehabilitation. Now, I'm going to go through some examples of some of the testimonials and success stories that we've had through our career hubs, kind of give you an idea of what we go through and what we do. Right here is Nilson Correa. Nilson was a tattoo shop owner who lost his business during the pandemic. And with the help of the North Las Vegas Employ NV Career Hub, he was able to get his welding certification and eventually worked as a welding subcontractor to make ends meet. However, Nilson's true passion was his art. With enough savings from his welding job, Nilson saved enough to reopen his tattoo shop and continue to work as a welder. Irene Grijalva worked as a Walmart cashier for years. With the help of the Henderson Employ NV Career Hub, she received CDL training. Upon graduation, Irene received a job offer as a truck driver, making $86,000 a year. Irene now has a career that she absolutely loves. Next slide. All right. Now, because of his background, Jacob had a difficult time finding work and was getting discouraged. And to make matters worse, he lived in the outskirts of a city where there was no public transportation. With the help of our Employ NV Career Hub reentry specialist, Jacob was able to find work within walking distance from his home. Terrence. Terrence was released from prison to a recovery program. After he finished his program, Terrence transitioned to a sober living house. With the help of our Employ NV Career Hub reentry specialist, Terrence completed his CDL training and now has a career as a truck driver. Sergio had lots of self-doubt and limited skills. Our Employ NV Career Hub reentry specialist encouraged Sergio to complete his welding training. Sergio now works as for a local welding company, and he just moved into his first apartment. As one special, this is Christopher. Christopher, for years, was addicted and fighting to stay clean. He was incarcerated numerous times, and one day Christopher had enough and focused on himself. He had setbacks, but kept pushing. With continued support and encouragement from the Employment View Career Hub staff and our partners, Christopher completed his welding training and now has a career at Time Metals Corporation and is making a great living. The Reno Works program. This is a program that we have in partnership with the Volunteers of America and Employment View Hubs. It's a 12-week program with the goal to transform the lives of 12 homeless individuals on each session. 2 sessions are conducted a year with the purpose of working with participants who want to end their homelessness and get the life skills needed to be self-sufficient and proactive members of society. Partnering with the Employment View Hubs not only helps with the workshops needed, but also connects the participants to employers in the community. Next slide, please. We're going to go touch into the other side. Again, you've heard this both all the presentations. We have customers and we have the business. So with the business side, this is a quick overview of the day in the life of an employer utilizing the Business Hub. We have 2 business hubs in Northern Nevada, 7 business hubs in Southern Nevada, 4 business hubs in the rural Nevada. And in the rural areas, they're in the same physical location. We are career hubs and business hubs. Our services include recruitment assistance, hiring events, job fairs, labor market information, industry sector partnerships, hiring of veterans, employer engagement, and networking events. And so far, we have helped 5,123 employers served on year-end April. The program resources provided out of the business hubs include Silver State Works, Title I on-the-job training, rapid response, work opportunity tax credit, and federal bonding. I'm going to go over some success stories and testimonials from our employers. EmployNet Workforce Solutions has worked with the Employment View Business Hub for the last few years. They've had 14 hiring events and listed 2,813 job openings with the Business Hub so far. Next slide, please. SMI, or Sunshine Minting. They participated in the last 2 job fairs in Las Vegas. And they take advantage of the training and hiring incentives offered through the Employment View Business Hub, such as Work Experience and Silver State Works, where the company could get incentive by hiring our motivated clients who have little to no experience but need the chance to prove themselves. SMI also takes advantage of the Incumbent Worker Training Program, which you heard from Milt earlier, program that funds the training to retain and upgrade their employees with training designed to meet special requirements. This program, again, as you've heard from Milt, either results in promotions, wage increases, or even avoids layoffs. MGM Resorts. MGM Resorts has partnered with the Employment View Business Hub for decades. And since April 2023, they have listed 43,615 positions with us, and they have held multiple large hiring events and participate in almost all of our job fairs. Thanks. Caesars Entertainment is another resort that partnered with the Employment View Hub for a long time. Since April 2023, they have listed 18,717 positions with us. They've held 10 large hiring events in various Employment View Hubs, as well as participated in most of our job fairs. Resort World. Resort World has listed 6,235 job openings with the Employment View Business Hub since April 2023. They have held 2 large hiring events, as well as 6 job fairs, participated in 6 job fairs since April 2023. The Smith Center is another employer that has been very appreciative of the Employment View Business Hub's help. They love the fact that they can get access to top talent, streamlined recruitment assistance, job poster advertising, and continued support and feedback from the Employment View Business Hub staff. And since April 2023, they have listed 179 job openings and participated in 2 job fairs. I think Jaime Cruz earlier touched on this, Irene. This is the job fair she was talking about, where we had trained some of the kids from high school to get into this job fair and prepared them. The 2024 Spring Job Fair is a partnership with Clark County Commissioners Jim Gibbons and Dick Sagerbloom. And it brought in 120 employers, over 4,000 job seekers, and best of all, 824 of them got jobs on the spot. Next slide, please. TLS Logistics has partnered with the Employee NV Business Hub from the beginning. They have used the Employee NV Business Hub as they continue to expand in Nevada and have been very thankful for our partnership. They've had 158 job openings listed and 3 hiring events since April of 2023. Tesla. Now, despite the recent layoffs, Tesla remains one of our largest employers and has been a committed partner of the Employee NV Hub from the beginning of their expansion to Nevada in 2014. As they built the Nevada Gigafactory, they held hiring events and training at the Employee NV Hub. And since April 2023, Tesla has listed 994 job openings and held 5 hiring events with Employee NV. The U.S. Postal Service. The U.S. Postal Service has been a longtime partner of the Employee NV Business Hub, and since April 2023, they have listed 146 job openings and held 9 hiring events. They recently asked if they could have a hiring event each month, as they have tremendous success with the Employee NV brand. Planetary Pinball. We don't just work with large companies, we work with all sizes of businesses. And Planetary Pinball is an example of a small business that has also taken advantage of our hiring and training incentives. The work experience program enabled them to hire 3 employees with no experience. And these employees now have skills that would allow them to transition into related and higher paying positions. They've posted 40 job openings with us, and they've taken, again, advantage of our work experience program. Since last year, they've had 3 contracts so far with us. Lakeside Crossing Partners, Ltd. is another small business that uses our services and recruitment assistance. Many of the small businesses we work with may not have a human resource office or an army of recruiters to compete for top talent. However, working with the Employee NV Business Hubs, it gives them a chance to compete for that top talent. We've posted 16 job openings listed since April of 2023. Incline Village Improvement District is an agency that's had difficulty finding employees due to their location. Working with Employee NV Business Hub allows them to recruit not only statewide but nationwide if they choose. Our Employee NV Job Board is not only the largest job board in Nevada, but it also provides various state and for-profit, it ties into state and for-profit job boards across the country. So far, they've posted 24 job openings and held 3 hiring events since April of 2023. The City of Carson is another agency that utilizes the Employee NV Business Hub. Not only do we post their jobs, we also provide them with labor market information so they may stay competitive with their salaries, benefits, and employee incentives. Since April of 2023, they've posted 663 job openings and attended 2 of our job fairs. ServPro. ServPro is a company that is also happy with the Business Hub. They use employer rooms in our busy Employee Hub locations, and they conduct where they can conduct their recruitments. So far, they've had 59 job openings listed and 5 hiring events conducted. With locations all over Nevada, the Pilot Travel Centers is an employer that takes advantage of our network, Employee NV Hub network, throughout Nevada. So far, they've posted 50 job openings listed since April of 2023. System Consultants Incorporated is another company that has partnered with the Fallon Business and Career Hub. We have referred many full-time and seasonal candidates to them over the years. So far, since April 2023, they have posted 52 job openings and a hiring event. The Fallon Tribal Development Corporation is another rural employer that utilized the Employee NV Hub for many years. They also take advantage of the employeenv.gov website to recruit from all over the United States. They've posted 10 job openings since April of 2023. Sussman and Associates is another small business that we have helped recently. Our account managers walk them through every step of the recruitment process and have been very happy with the service. And that ends my Employee NV overview. I guess I will unless you have any questions, I'm going to hand it over to our Administrator, Employment Security Division Administrator, Chris Nelson. Do you want to?
Go ahead and hand it over. I hope it doesn't get too complicated, but I think we can figure out who needs to come forward to answer questions. I feel like we'll be like a little like IFC today. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Christine Nelson. I serve as the Employment Security Division Administrator at the Nevada Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation, also known as DETR. In response to the questions that DETR received from the committee, I'll go through an overview of the federal and state workforce programs that DETR administers, then dive into the details of the performance outcomes and the programs, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. Next slide. As previously mentioned, DETR is a pass-through state workforce agency that's designated by the U.S. Departments of Labor and Education, charged with the administration of workforce funding and programs. This schematic demonstrates, or the previous schematic demonstrates, DETR's role in that workforce system, as well as the various roles of the other federal, state, and local workforce stakeholders. Next slide. As such, DETR is charged with administering a number of formula federal grant programs that are listed on this slide, the largest of those being the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, also known as WIOA. Next slide. In addition to the federal formula grants, DETR is also charged with the administration of a number of discretionary grants, which are one-time funding allocations made through a solicitation process by the U.S. Departments of Labor and Education. DETR's discretionary grant programs include the WIOA National Dislocated Worker Quality Jobs Equity Strategy and Training Disaster Recovery Grant, also known as QUEST, and the 4 discretionary grants listed on this slide that OWN was awarded prior to its transition back to DETR. Next slide. What number is it? 29? Okay, that's the slide. Finally, DETR is charged with in administering state workforce and training program dollars, which include the Career Enhancement Program and the Displaced Homemaker Program as listed here. Next slide. The next several slides provide the data that this committee specifically requested, which includes 1, the number of careers and jobs that have been obtained, length of employment, and the wages paid. And then specifically number 2, the wages paid and duration of employment for jobs secured by people within underserved communities. Next slide. Slides 31 through 33 provide the data requested for the performance periods of state fiscal year 22, program year 21, as shown here. Next slide. State fiscal year 23, program year 22, as shown here. Next slide. And state fiscal year 24, program year 23, as shown here. As you can see, the data varies throughout each program year. However, consistent throughout the 3 running program years is the Wagner-Pizer, also known as WIOA Title III, which my colleague John Perrell just reviewed, and the program data that consistently demonstrates the highest number of career and job placements in any given program year. Another consistency throughout the 3 running program years are the WIOA Dislocated Worker Program data, both formula and discretionary, demonstrating the highest median wages paid post-program exit. Also included in slides 31 through 33 are the answers to this committee's questions regarding median wages paid post-program exit for underserved populations. Per U.S. DOL's Department of Labor's required performance indicators, that includes veterans, low income, and basic skills deficient English as a second language program participants. Please note, I'll be going over additional performance indicator data for these WIOA programs in future slides, and there's more granular data for DETR's, both DETR's federal and state workforce programs included in Appendix A. Next slide. Now I'll provide an overview of the workforce governance structure, then dive into detailed descriptions of each federal and state workforce program. This slide demonstrates the role of the State Workforce Agency, also known as DETR, and where it sits within the entire WIOA governance structure. This schematic shows the Nevada Departments of Education as that department that administers WIOA Title II Adult Ed AFLA grant program that sits outside of DETR. So DETR has 3 of the 4 WIOA grant programs. Furthermore, this schematic demonstrates the flow of oversight, consultation, and funding activities, starting with the U.S. Departments of Labor and Education, then flowing down through the governor, the state workforce agencies, and on through to the local entities and their various stakeholders that make up the state's workforce system. Next slide. From that, this local WIOA governance structure schematic slide demonstrates the position and flow of the local workforce development boards and their chief elected local officials that Mr. Cruz and Mr. Stewart mentioned earlier in their presentations. Next slide. Finally, this schematic demonstrates the role of the State Workforce Board, also known as the Governor's Workforce Development Board. In Nevada, that is a required component per WIOA Title I, Section 101, and delineates the board's purpose and role, which is to oversee implementation and continuous improvement of the state's workforce system. Please note, again, as mentioned earlier, OWN serves as the administrative support for that Governor's Workforce Development Board pursuant to NRS 232-975. Next slide. As part of the state's workforce system, there's a high level of collaboration and cooperation that is needed between all stakeholders in the system to carry out and deliver the governor's workforce plan here in Nevada. A previous question that came up as to what that collaboration and cooperation included, which examples were provided. I just want to add that we recently had the U.S. Department of Labor. We hosted the regional administrators meeting April 9th and 10th in Reno. Dr. Tamika Ledbetter, who is the regional administrator for Region 6, and Lenita Jacobs Simmons, who is the assistant secretary of the Department of Labor, were present during that hosting. Both of those ladies and a number of state administrators from other states, from the other states in Region 6 were present. And both of the Department of Labor called out the collaborative and cooperation that is happening in Nevada as exemplary. And they actually asked Nevada if we would partner with them at the federal level to go to other regions in the nation to explain and share with other states our best practices. So that federal call out, I thought, was a very impactful statement made from our federal partners that I just wanted to make mention of. All the programmatic work that is done within the federal and state workforce ecosystem that is being presented here today align with the governor's workforce vision and plan, which is formalized in a 4-year unified WIOA state plan that is updated every 2 years pursuant to federal regulations. Owen is the convener of that collaborative effort, and the members of the band, as Director Sewell mentioned earlier, include entities such as DETR, OWN, GOED, NDE, OSIT, NSHE, NDOC, DHHS, and DWSS, as well as regional development agency partners, local workforce boards, chambers, rotaries, and other workforce stakeholders throughout the state. With that broad overview of Nevada's workforce ecosystem, I'll now dive into the details of each federal and state workforce grant that DETR administers. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, WIOA is the largest workforce grant that DETR administers in its capacity as the designated state workforce agency. WIOA has 4 titles, 3 of which live within DETR and 1 which lives within the Nevada Department of Education. WIOA Title I includes the following 3 formula-funded programs: adult, youth, and dislocated worker. In respect of time, I won't read, unless this committee wants me to read, all the details of each program because it goes into depth, and my colleagues previous to me have outlined it all, so I won't reiterate that. But in this slide, it shows WIOA Title I Adult, which has all the program description of that program, as well as the eligibility requirements that this committee asked for, and what that funding looks like. Next slide. The next one is WIOA Title I Dislocated Worker, and again, in this slide, it provides all of the description of the program, what its goal is, what are the eligibility requirements, as well as the funding. Next slide. Youth. 41? Okay. Moving on to, Dieter also administers, this WIOA funding comes into the state, and there are 3 concurrent WIOA grants being administered in any given state fiscal year. So what that means is currently we have program year 21, 22, and 23 of those funding allocations from the federal agency, and we're administering those concurrently. Of each one of those allocation, the state workforce agency is required to set aside certain amounts of that funding, certain amounts for rapid response activities, and a certain amount for a state set aside, which includes, it's 15%, and it includes 5% for state administration of the grant and 10% for governor's reserve. And then the remaining allocation is distributed to the 2 local workforce development boards that was described earlier, and it's based on those economic factors of North and South. Next slide. Yep. Slides 42 and 43 represent the Department of Labor's prescribed performance indicators that were mentioned earlier for for the WIOA Title I adult, youth, and dislocated worker programs. Next slide. Slide 44 represents the prescribed performance indicators and metrics for WIOA Title III Wagner-Pizer Employment Services, which my colleague John Perrell just went into depth with in his presentation. And again, more granular data for each one of these programs are included in Appendix A. Next slide. Now I'll dive into the data which has been derived from the U.S. Department of Labor's source data. The next several slides demonstrate program year 2022 WIOA Title I and Title III program data. Again, I won't go into details on every single slide, but I will pull out highlights of each. This slide is an overview of the participant counts by race, ethnicity, and sex in all 3 programs. And then the next several slides demonstrate WIOA's Title I and III performance indicator data. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I adult performance indicators that measures median earnings second quarter after exit. As you can see, Nevada is trending steady overall with the national averages. Some highlights include Nevada male participants overall are higher earners. Nevada's Asian participants, both male and female, overall are higher earners. And Nevada's Hispanic Latino male participants are higher than the national average. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I adult performance indicator that measures employment rate second and fourth quarters after exit. As you can see, Nevada is trending slightly higher overall than the national averages in all categories in the employment rate second quarter after exit, and all but one category in the employment rate fourth quarter after exit. Some highlights include Nevada's Black and Hispanic Latino male and female participants' employment rate second quarter after exit are significantly higher than those of the national averages. Nevada's white and Hispanic Latino male and female participants' employment rate fourth quarter after exit are also significantly higher than the national average. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I adult performance indicators that measures credential attainment of participants and measurable skill gains. As you can see, Nevada is trending significantly higher overall than the national averages in all categories for both performance indicators. Next slide. To wrap up WIOA Title I adult performance indicators, this slide demonstrates percent employed in training occupation of participants. As you can see, Nevada is trending significantly higher overall than the national averages in all participant categories. Next slide. Moving on to WIOA Title I Youth, this slide demonstrates the performance indicator that measures median earnings second quarter after exit. As you can see, Nevada is trending slightly below overall the national averages. Some highlights include Nevada Asians female youth participants are the highest earners overall in this measure, with Nevada's Hispanic Latina females a close second. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I youth performance indicators that measure employment rates second and fourth quarters after exit. In the second quarter after exit, you can see that Nevada is trending significantly lower overall than the national averages in all categories, with exception of Nevada's Black female youth and Hispanic male and female youth, who are trending higher than the national average. In the fourth quarter after exit, Nevada is trending slightly lower than the national averages, with the exception of Nevada's other male participants, which includes participants who are American Indian, Native American, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, or multiracial. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I youth performance indicators that measures credential attainment of participants and measurable skill gains. As you can see, Nevada is trending significantly lower overall than the national averages in all categories for both credential attainment and measurable skill gains. But some highlights include Nevada Asian males are above national averages for both of those performance indicators, and Nevada's other males are significantly below for credential attainment. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I youth performance indicator that measures percent of participants employed in training occupation of participant. As you can see, Nevada is trending significantly higher overall than the national averages in all categories. Some highlights include Nevada Black female participants, white male, and Hispanic Latino males are exceptionally higher than those of the national averages. Next slide. Moving on to WIOA Title I dislocated worker statistics. This slide demonstrates median earnings second quarter after exit. As you can see, Nevada is trending slightly lower overall than the national averages. Some highlights include Nevada Asian males trending significantly lower than the national averages, and Nevada Asian female participants trending significantly higher than the national averages. Also, Nevada Black female participants trending higher than the national averages, white male and female participants trending significantly higher than the national averages, other male participants trending significantly higher, as well as Hispanic, Latino male and female participants also trending higher. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I dislocated worker performance indicators that measures employment rates second and fourth quarters after exit. As you can see, Nevada is trending higher than the national averages overall in both of those performance indicators, and also in all categories. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I dislocated worker performance indicators that measure credential attainment of participants and measurable skill gains. As you can see, Nevada is trending significantly higher in all those categories overall than the national averages for both of those performance indicators. Next slide. This slide demonstrates WIOA Title I dislocated performance indicator that measures percent employed in training occupation of employment. As you can see, Nevada is trending significantly below the national averages in all categories, with the exception of Nevada's Hispanic Latino males, who are trending steady with the national averages. Next slide. Okay. Statistics over, data's over. So moving on to the WIOA Governor's Reserve 10% set aside. Again, this is part of that required cutout set aside that is per the WIOA Act, where the state can set aside up to 15%, 5 of which is reserved for the state for the administration of the WIOA grant, and 10% is for WIOA Governor's Reserve to fund the governor's workforce agenda activities. Demonstrated on this slide are all of the current projects being funded by a governor's reserve for the project's participant data and the projected outcome goals for each of those products. As Director Sewell mentioned, this tells you that flexible funding and what DETR has been working with both its local partners and stakeholders on getting money on the streets to fund workforce activities. And one thing to note within this project list here is that the Governor's Reserve Fund funds Owen's operations and special workforce projects, and has been doing that since Owen came back to DETR. Next slide. Now I'll shift gears, go over to WIOA Title III, the Wagner-Pizer Employment Services Program, which is the state employment service delivery system, also known as Employ-NV Career and Employ-NV Employer Hubs and Youth Hubs. and at the federal level are known as the American Job Centers and Labor Exchange System. These programs assist job seekers through employment services such as job referrals, placements, reemployment services, counseling, resume prep, skills, and aptitude testing, and also assist employers through the labor exchange system that includes job order postings, candidate matching referrals, recruitments, job fairs, and the like that Mr. Perel previously mentioned, that connects employers with workforce and skilled labor. I won't read through the slides, but eligibility and program requirements are listed on this slide. And next slide. Now I'll shift gears over to what slide is he on? 60? Okay. So corresponding with WIOA Title I, Dieter also administers 3 concurrent grants, program year grants for WIOA Title III. So at any given year, we're administering 3 years of that grant funding. Next slide. This slide demonstrates one of WIOA Title III Piser's WIOA Title III Wagner-Piser's performance indicators that measures median earnings second quarter after exit. As you can see, Nevada is trending slightly below the national average for male participants and slightly above the national average for female participants. Some highlights include Nevada Asian female participants trending significantly higher than the national average, while Nevada white male participants trending relatively below the national average, and Nevada white female participants trending relatively higher than the national average. Next slide. When looking at WIOA Title III Wagner-Piser employment rates second and fourth quarters after exit, you can see that Nevada is trending higher overall in all participant categories. Again, more granular performance indicator data is included in Appendix A. Next slide. Shifting from WIOA formula-funded grants to other federal formula grants, I'll start with the Reemployment Services and Eligibility Assessment Grant, also known as RECE. The Unemployment Insurance Program is a required partner in the public workforce system, and the RECE program connects the UI program with workforce through the program designed to reduce UI duration, decrease the burden on Nevada's UI Trust Fund, strengthen UI program integrity, and promote alignment between the UI program and WIOA. A systematic sample of UI claimants are pulled to participate in the RECE program. UI claimants that are hiring union hall members and those who are on temporary layoffs are exempt from being selected, and the requirements of the program are listed on this slide. The current RECE federal fiscal year 22 and 23 grant allocations are also listed on this slide, and this grant funds 22.4 FTE staff members at Dieter who administer the program. And the performance data for this program are included in Appendix A. Next slide. Next is the Jobs for Veterans State Grant, also known as the JVSG VETS Grant, which is a federal formula grant provided to the state as the state workforce agency to provide individualized career services and training-related services to veterans and eligible persons with significant barriers to employment. The JVSG grant program description is listed on this slide, as is its funding allocation, and this grant funds 21 full-time FTE at the department. Additional program outcome data is included in Appendix A. Next slide. Next is the Foreign Labor Certification Grant, also known as FLC, which is a federal formula grant provided to the State Workforce Agency to ensure job opportunities, wages, and working conditions of U.S. workers. Eligibility requirements, program description are included on this slide. And this grant funds 3 FTE at the department, and the performance indicator data is included in Appendix A. Next slide. Next is the Trade Adjustment Act, also known as TAA, which is a federal formula grant provided to the State Workforce Agency to provide assistance to U.S. workers who have lost their job as a result of foreign trade. Eligibility criteria and program description is included on this slide, and this grant funds 3 1/2 time FTE at the State Workforce Agency and performance indicator data is included in Appendix A. Next slide. Next, this is the Workforce Opportunity Tax Program, also known as WOTC, which is a federal tax credit program available to employers for hiring and employing individuals from certain targeted groups that are listed on this slide who have experienced significant barriers to employment. This program funds one FTE at Dieter who administers the grant, and the performance data is included in Appendix A. In late 2023, Nevada applied for and received the Quality Jobs Equity Strategy and Training Grant, also known as QUEST. This is a WIOA Dislocated Worker Recovery Grant, Disaster Recovery Grant, a discretionary grant that assists dislocated workers and persons living in poverty and underserved racial and cultural populations to obtain and retain sustainable employment. Dieter was one of 12 state workforce agencies awarded this $5 million grant in the nation, with the goal to serve 1,800 participants through September of 2026. Dieter subgranted this grant out to the 2 local workforce boards who are actively administering this program. Next slide. The final slides of my presentation contain the state workforce programs, and I'll begin with the Career Enhancement Program, also known as CEP, which is funded through 0.5% of employment taxes paid in Nevada and prescribed in NRS 612-605. The goal of CEP is to foster job creation, minimize unemployment costs of employers, and meet the needs of employers for skilled workers by providing training and resources. Next slide. CEP funding for state fiscal years 20 through 2024 and its main uses are listed on this slide, which include its use to provide public and private sector resources that facilitate training, retraining, or improving the skills of persons employed in the state. CEP training resources include vocational classroom training such as short-term skills training, training-related expenses such as supplies, books, tuition, and reemployment-related expenses such as work and/or health cards, tools, work, clothing, shoes, boots, supplies, or any other resource that an individual needs to be required to be able to start work. These training resources are disseminated to clients through the Nevada Employee Career Hubs. Next slide. Shown on the next 2 slides are the current listing of all CEP-funded training projects, which include but aren't limited to the incumbent worker training programs that you heard about earlier today, as well as the sector council training, and the early childhood education training that was also mentioned, teacher pipeline pathways, occupational trainings in high-demand fields, disconnected youth training, and indigent defense counsel training, which has helped fill a gap for those professions needed in Nevada's hardest to serve, hard to reach rural areas. CEP funding is also prescribed by statute to pay for the costs of collection of unemployment tax payments as required in NRS 612-606. Said funding supports 23 FTE in Dieter's UI Tax Contributions Unit that performs that collection work. Performance indicator data for the CEP program are included on these 2 slides, as well as more granular data in Appendix A. Next slide. Finally, Dieter administers the State Displaced Homemaker Program, which is funded through divorce fees paid in through counties, with the program's primary goal of helping program participants become employed and self-sufficient. This program funds 1 FTE at Dieter, and the program funding is awarded to nonprofit agencies who deliver the services and resources to program participants. Currently, these 3 providers awarded the contracts under a 2023 RFP solicitation process are TMCC, Truckee Meadows Community College, Community Service Agency, and Goodwill of Southern Nevada. Performance indicators for the Displaced Homemaker Program are included in Appendix A. And with that, concludes my overview of our federal and state workforce programs. And I will pause for questions.
I'll let Assemblyman Orlichter pop in with a question, but we may ask you, because I have a few questions for you, Christine, but I was just going to wait till the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So getting back to those statistics where you showed a lot of the statistics, we were above the national average in terms of workforce participation, but wages we tended to lag. How much of that is just because wages here may be lower than other states? So do you have that comparison? Is that, if you adjust it for cost of living or just average wage levels, does that change us, how we compare?
For the record, Chris Sewell, Director of DETR. I think I have a gentleman here that's probably going to be able to really delve into that, our chief economist who deals with all the unemployment numbers, Dave Schmidt. So I will turn this over to Dave.
Thank you, David Schmidt, Chief Economist for the Nevada Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. And I think that's a good question. I had the same one when looking at that data. For comparison, for the same time period, Nevada's total average wages were about 18% lower than the national average. And so across most of the earnings categories that I looked at, if you adjusted for that 18% difference in overall wages, we would actually be outperforming the national average.
While you're up here, I'll go ahead and ask my question because I didn't realize you probably were going to be the source of the answer. One thing, and you may have prepared it, I'm also looking at Clark County. Well, there's a nice report that broke down by county different unemployment rates. And I know a lot of the charts that you're sharing with us today is data after Title I funds are being utilized for like adults. And so looking at the percent of unemployment we have here in Clark County, especially with some of our minority communities, Black, Native American, and then other people that identify with two or more races, those are much higher than our average of unemployment in Clark County, some nearing, I guess, 11.4% in our Black community. With that, and I know when you're getting these WIO funds, however you're saying it, WIAOA funding, are we doing anything to reach out to the community to try to decrease that overall unemployment level? Because it looks like the data we're looking at today is of those that actually come into the program that we're servicing, but we still have this larger disproportionate rate of unemployment.
Chris Nelson for the record. I don't know if this is specifically answering your question, but the outreach, I think the expansion of the career hubs, especially in southern Nevada, but also in northern Nevada, the placement of those hubs specifically are serving those communities. I think that, and that evolution happened, I think I remember the former executive director of Workforce Connections coming before the legislative body, and I think it was like in 2017 when they started that expansion. I think the purpose of that expansion was to put those resources and those services in the communities where they were needed. So rather than a brick and mortar here and there waiting for people to come seek those resources out, we were putting those places in their hometowns, their home neighborhoods. And so that expansion of the employee career system, if you will, as a whole, I think we're getting there. I think that is the focus.
And I just want to make sure, because I know I'm probably comparing apples to oranges here, is when I'm looking at the overall data that's in the Clark County, the county report by unemployment, and that data, that is just the unemployment figures. What you guys have presented here is the success story, like the success, or comparing the ratio. I say success because it seemed like a lot of your analysis was Nevada's doing better than national with respect to individuals that have gone through the program. And that's the limited picture that we're looking at with this data, the various different programs and funding.
David Schmidt for the record, and I think that's correct. It's probably worth noting, like even with the 36-something thousand participants that Mr. Perel mentioned earlier, total estimated unemployment in the state is currently about 80,000. And so the broadest measure of reach that we have is still less than half of total unemployment. So when you look at the statistics in the AB 354 report, those are definitely from a different period, and that is for the entire population. And so the population as a whole is definitely much larger than just those people that can be served through the system.
I feel bad since we're on these. I might as well ask my few questions that I had on some of these charts. One thing that I noticed, and I think it's just inherent to our wonderful state, is when we were looking at slide 57, this took a look at the percent of participants employed in training occupation. And I think this is just very common, inherent to our state. I know we are falling below the national average, but I feel like there's probably still success stories there, that if someone goes through and is trained in one field, it's likely they get out and they may get other employment in another field. Is anyone tracking that? Because I know sometimes you could go to the service industry and make more after you become educated to be like a teacher or a nursing aide or something like that. I was just curious if you guys have been following that.
David Schmidt for the record, and if I don't fully address it, maybe John can jump in. As far as training occupation, definitely. Nevada's been the fastest or nearly the fastest growing state for ever since we've been coming out of the pandemic, and those jobs are growing. And so as you have people going through training, the jobs that are growing might not be the ones that they were intending to get. It's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. That's the job that they got. The reason, I think, would be harder to track. I think there's also some limitations in the sort of data that we have, because we are relying for a lot of those measures on the self-reported, did I get this, follow-up contacts, because we don't have any information at a holistic administrative level for the entire state that says, what job do you do? Through the most comprehensive data that we have comes through unemployment tax collections, which say, what's the industry, because we know about the employer, and the wages that were earned by an individual for a particular period. And so knowing about the occupation is a limitation in the data that we collect. And so it does particularly affect that measure, because you have to contact the person to say, did you get a job that you were training for or not, essentially. And so I think the non-response rate for that can be a little bit higher. Some other states do collect occupational data through their unemployment wage records, and so are able to have a little bit more comprehensive answer to that question.
Thank you. And I don't know if any of my colleagues will. Mr. Schmidt is up here, but he may be the answer on some data. If anyone had any specific questions for him regarding the slides and the results and data, I'll go over to Assemblywoman Considine.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the numbers properly. The numbers that are listed on page 45, the number of participants, is that the pool that the following slides are based on? So it's the participants Title I, Title III overview page?
David Schmidt for the record. I think, this slide in particular does come from a Federal Department of Labor report. And so it is a broad look at those particular programs from the Department of Labor perspective. I believe the following slides that Administrator Nelson was sharing were detailed for each of the individual programs and slices that we have. And so where it's a federal program, I believe it would roll up generally to one of these three, whether it was Title I or Title III. But for things like the Career Enhancement Program that's all state funded, that would not be reflected here, because that's what we're doing on our own to do more to help this population.
Thank you. If I can follow up. What I was asking is, so for example, under Asian male, female, WIOA youth, there's only 19 participants. So on the following charts that are, comparing Nevada to national, is that based on 19 people? That I don't know if that's I know that's the numbers that we have, but is that a statistical solid number for something like that?
David Schmidt for the record. The good news is if you're counting 19 people, you don't have to worry about the margin of error because it is what was the impact of those 19. Will you have more variable results with a small population? Yes. And so compared to the national total of all people of that same in that same group, we would probably be subject to some more variability, but it is still a accurate representation of the experience of those individuals.
Madam Chair, may I just add just a
Please
quick
do so.
reference?
And just say your name for the record. Thank you so much.
Chris Nelson for the record. So, and there is, I included the hyperlink. This is US DOL source data on all of those slides, starting with that program year 22 slide that you're referencing, which is slide, where is it? 45, which spans across. And so would highly encourage, if you're interested in even additional metrics based on this data, they put together a very well put together, accurate portal for that.
Thank you so much. Go ahead and continue. We may have some more questions later on, but I think we may have covered those that were in those interesting comparison slides.
For the record, Chris Sewell, Director of Dieter. Hockey metaphor, line change. So we'll go ahead and continue with this, and I'm going to introduce Drazen Elise. He's my administrator for our vocational rehabilitation division, and I will also let you know that Chief Economist Schmidt will also be back up because we have some additional information that he's going to also go over for you. So you still get him. So we'll have another hockey line change here pretty soon. So I'll turn it over to Drazen.
Thank you, Director. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the subcommittee. My name is Drazen Ellis. I serve as the administrator of the Rehabilitation Division. So vocational rehabilitation agencies are located within the Rehabilitation Division, Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation and Bureau of Services to the Blind and Visually Impaired. And we provide essential services necessary to assist individuals with disabilities to work in competitive integrated employment and achieve self-sufficiency. At its core, vocational rehabilitation is about empowerment. It's about recognizing the inherent talents and capabilities of every individual and providing them with tools and opportunities to harness those talents in the workforce. Through targeted interventions such as skill training, job coaching, assistive technology, and job placement assistance, we can break down those barriers that too often prevented marginalized individuals from fully participating in the workforce. But this program is more than just about finding jobs. It's about fostering independence, dignity, and self-sufficiency. By empowering individuals to pursue their career goals, we not only enhance their economic prospects, but also promote their overall well-being and sense of belonging within our society. When individuals are able to support themselves and their families through meaningful work, they're better equipped to contribute positively to their communities and realize their dreams. So vocational rehabilitation, as you have heard, is Title IV of the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. Initially, it was established through the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and then later on reauthorized to VIA and then VO in 2014. On this first slide, you can see information about what we do, why we do it, which is to ensure disability inclusion in the workplace, who we serve, and brief information on our funding. Also, we have some information about why does it financially make sense for the work that VR agency does and why it should be supported. Our data analysts a few years ago looked at some rough data and drew some conservative conclusions that for every general fund dollar that is invested in vocational rehabilitation, the state saves around $16.73 over the life of the VR client. This return on investment comes back to the state in terms of either increased taxes, decreased benefits from public programs, and others. So if we can go to the next one. So majority of the VR funding comes from Section 110 Vocational Rehabilitation Formula Grant, which is issued to our agency by the Department of Education Rehabilitation Services Administration, which is a little different than for our other title partners, which comes from Department of Labor. This is a formula grant where the state agency is required to provide 21.3% of non-federal match in order to draw down 78.7% of the federal funds. So in short, for every $1 state general fund that we expend, which is the main source of our non-federal match, the federal government will match that with 3.69 of federal grant. Also, unlike our other partners, we are not a pass-through agency. So all of the services that are delivered by our agency are delivered either through our staff or by us working with the local vendors to ensure that, that our clients are served. On this next slide, there's some more detailed information about the various grants that we receive. So the main grant, as you can see, is the one that we receive from the Department of Education, RSA, which is the one major grant of the Vocational Rehabilitation Award, or Section 110 grant. And then there are other two fairly smaller grants, of which all of which require some sort of non-federal match. VR grant is provided to the states for operating statewide vocational rehabilitation program, which is the integral part of the statewide workforce development system. Also, I would like to point out that while we are awarded $31 million in federal funding of the Section 110 grant, due to unavailability of the non-federal match, we have been only able to draw around 71% of that award over the last few years, or around the last 10 years. These grants are awarded to our agency automatically, and they're based on the state's population, the projected growth of population, and some of the other metrics that are prescribed in the federal regulations. The next grant is the Supported Employment Grant, which is a fairly small grant of $110,000. This Supported Employment Grant serves individuals with the most significant disabilities and assists us to provide supported employment services for individuals with the most significant disabilities, including youth with the most significant disabilities who require supported employment services following the achievement of the supported employment outcome. The third grant that we receive is an independent living services for older individuals who are blind award, which is a program established in our Bureau of Services to the Blind and is the only non-employment focused program. It is a program that provides independent living services to older individuals who are blind. They have to be over 55 years old. Next slide. On this next slide, you are able to see just visually the breakdown of the federal funding and the state general fund. Due to various sources of funding that we receive, such as the VR grant, federal program income that we receive from Social Security, non-federal soft match that we are able to use based on some of the activities in our other programs, and state general fund match, and the complex nature of how all of them are set up. I think on this slide you can kind of see that visual breakdown. In Bureau of Services, for example, Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation, the federal funds that we receive are about 85% of our funding, and the state general fund is about 15%, a little bit less when it comes to Bureau of Services to the blind, visually impaired. And we also have this Business Enterprise of Nevada program, which is fully self-funded. This is a program that assists individuals who are blind and visually impaired and are interested in becoming entrepreneurs. And I'll touch upon this program a little bit more in the following slides. So let's now pivot to a little bit more of a programmatic overview of the purpose of vocational rehabilitation. So in essence, the role of VR is to help people with disabilities find jobs. As you know, there are many types of disabilities, and here at VR we provide services and support to individuals with all disabilities. On this next chart, you can kind of see what all those disabilities are. So you can see the specific breakdown of the primary disabilities of the clients that we have served in the previous year. As you can see, about 65% of clients that we are serving have either cognitive or mental health disabilities. This is the number that has been growing over the past few years. And while these are primary disability, a majority of our clients have more than one disability that they're facing, and that creates a barrier to their employment. So who are we? We are two bureaus with the same process and same goal. First, there's Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation, and it serves all primary disabilities, excluding the blind or visually impaired. We also have the staff that specializes in deaf and hard of hearing population. The other bureau is the Bureau of Services to the Blind and Visually Impaired. And here we have counselors, technicians, and staff that have specialized training and experience to serve our visually impaired clients. Though we are broken into two specialized areas, we all work on the same common goal to help individuals with disabilities find long-term sustainable employment. Rehab Division also houses Blind Business Enterprise Program, which is a self-funded program and provides entrepreneurial opportunities for individuals who are blind or visually impaired in public settings, in businesses such as food service, beverage services, vending machines, gift stores. Some of our more prominent sites that you might have come across are our cafe and gift stores at the Hoover Dam, which serve over 1 million tourists every year, the cafes that we have in DMVs, the cafe that we have in Lloyd George Federal Courthouse, and many others. We have around 28 businesses across the state that are run by our blind operators. In order to qualify for this program, individual would first need to become a client of the blind services, and then subsequently they will be recommended to this program if they're interested in becoming an entrepreneur, receive full about year-long training or longer depending on the individual, and then be placed in a location. This program was established under the Federal Randolph-Shepard Act of 1936, and subsequently the state also passed NRS 426-640 through 720, which resembles closely the federal program and gives that same priority to operate this program on the state and other municipal locations. As our other VR title partners, we also have the same federal common performance measures that we have to meet and on which we are evaluated by our federal partners. Unlike them, our data is not displayed on the Department of Labor's website. It is displayed on the Department of Education's website. It is not as easy to display. But this will kind of give you an overview over the last few years what has been our progress. And I think in the last few years, especially the last couple of years, we have made significant progress, especially when it comes to ensuring that our clients are receiving measurable skill gains, credential attainment, and also since the end of pandemic, our numbers are improving in terms of the employment rate, second quarter after exit and fourth quarter after exit. In the following slide, we also have some other key statistics, such as that we have served 6,084 clients in state fiscal year 2023 or federal program year 22, with 507 of those achieving competitive integrated employment, with an average wage over $1,698 per hour. Because of the complexity and the individualized nature of the services that we provide, our cases are open significantly higher than the other title programs, as their average length is 756 days, so around 2 years. Next slide. Over the last 3 years, as Director Sewell has mentioned, we have also focused very heavily on ensuring that we are not the best kept secret in Nevada. As also we have been referred to. So we have put significant resources in ensuring their services are fully accessible, easy to reach, and efficient. We have launched a new website, vrnevada.nv.gov, which has also simplified our application process. Our application used to be around 6-7 pages. We have reduced that down to 6 or 7 multiple choice questions and making it very easy for folks to apply for our services. We have also created a very robust social media presence in ensuring that we have continuously content being uploaded there, sharing what all services we provide and what folks can take advantage of. We also made sure, and I think we were one of the first state agencies that have made sure that our website is available in 5 most widely spoken languages in Nevada. So besides English, Spanish, Tagalog, Mandarin, Korean, and we also have ASL interpretation on there as well. These efforts have been very successful. but they have also led us to reaching historically high application numbers of individuals with disabilities who are seeking our services, which is also currently putting significant strain on our staff and our resources as we make all necessary efforts to ensure that we continue to provide high level of quality services to our clients. Well, this data goes back to around the beginning of pandemic, our pre-pandemic levels of applications were somewhere between 180 to about 230, with an average of probably 220. So we are definitely seeing historically high application numbers of folks seeking our services, which are definitely glad to see. So how do we view our customers? So we have three main customers of our agency. The one that we have talked about thus far are job seekers, so individuals with disabilities who have barriers to employment and are looking for assistance with finding jobs. Also, our customers are employers, so the businesses and organizations that need workforce in order to deliver their goods and services to their customers. And lastly, the students with disabilities and schools. This has become a more increasing initiative within our agency since the passage of VOA, which has required that the states set aside 15% of the federal award in order for us to serve students with disabilities. So in the following slides, we'll dive a little bit more deeply into each one of those customers. On this slide, you can see the process of what job seekers can expect when they seek services from us. This graph shows that there are 8 steps of the VR Nevada services process. The process and application described in this chart concern applicants with disabilities who are 18 years or older and who are not under court-appointed guardianship or other. The process comprises of application, eligibility determination, which has to be completed within 60 days, assessments, development of individualized plan for employment, subsequently service delivery. Once all of the IPE or individualized plan for employment services have been delivered, the client is deemed ready for a job and will begin to seek employment. Bureau Vocational Rehabilitation will provide internal or paid job developers and will help with that job search. The successful closure is reached once employment is achieved, and client is then monitored for 90 days to ensure employment is secure and meets all the needs of that employee or that client have been met. So we do not close a case until at least 90 days once a person has been in employment. And also the individual or the client would have to agree that they are ready to continue, that they do not need any additional services and they're solid in that employment. So who provides our services? It's our counselors and our vendors. The VR counselors use their knowledge and skills, education, and specialized workforce development experience to conduct comprehensive assessments on the participants. That comprehensive vocational needs assessment evaluates workforce factors and requires that the counselor synthesize information into an individualized plan for employment with participants. All of these services and requirements that I mentioned are all listed in the Title IV portion of the VO Act. So they're all required aspects of providing services that we need to follow. VR cases are longer, are relatively longer term than Title I and Title III, as I mentioned, and average case length is 756 days. We provide also VR services using a case management model with medical aspects. So we have to ensure that we look at what type of barriers the person is facing, what type of medical conditions a person may have, and how do we remove those barriers and provide that individual with assistance, the training, potentially assistive technology, whatever they would need in order for them to be successful at a job. Participants have the ability to dispute any decisions that it's made regarding their case with the Client Assistance Program, which is also funded by the Rehabilitation Services Administration, and in Nevada, that is Nevada Disability Advocacy Law Center. The next 2 slides provide the overview of some of the more common services that we contract to vendors. These are various medical and work-based assessments, transportation, assisted technology, education, training, and many others that are not all listed here. All right. This slide, I think, shows probably the most compelling reason of why VR services are so important. People with disabilities make up the nation's largest minority group, as well as the only group that any one of us can become a member at any time. People with disabilities also have higher poverty rates and significantly lower employment rates, and as well earned a lot less than their non-disabled peers. According to the most recent Cornell University study, off of which all of this information was drawn from, there are overestimated 220,000 working-age individuals with disabilities in Nevada. Next slide. So now we'll move into our next customer, which is the employer. So the VR Nevada's employer engagement team offers a full-service business assistance program for business owners and employers that helps them gain a critical advantage in today's competitive workplace. We provide professional consultation services to assist business owners and employers in developing short and long-term strategies regarding their varying disability-related issues. We also help individuals with disabilities maximize their employment opportunities by helping them develop the skills that today's businesses are seeking. Our team has reached out to 634 employers in state fiscal year 2023 and conducted or been a part of 62 outreach events. We provide our services at no cost to employers, and they are designated to aid them and their staff education and finding the right match to fill their staffing needs, including the following: free assistance with recruitment and job matching, pre-screening and qualified applicants, employee matches based on their business needs, soft skills development, customized employer training strategies, access to on-the-job training funds, reliable technical assistance and referrals, quality assurance through follow-along employer and employee support for the first 3 months of that employee's placement in a site. In September of 2023, we have launched a new we have launched a new campaign, Disability Inclusion Partner Award, to highlight the work of Nevada businesses in hiring and retaining talented individuals with disabilities. This initiative is being led by the employer engagement team. It includes giving awards, wall signs, window clings to businesses who have shown themselves to be a model business for employment of persons with disabilities. They may have a work readiness program with us. They may hire our clients. They may assist with internship opportunities during the summer youth internship program. These are all good community partners who deserve recognition. In 2023, we have provided our first awards to our winners, and the criteria that we used in last year was to selection of businesses with the highest number of full-time hires of persons with disabilities in that year. We have also started the ceremony to, So this year the top employers, or last year the top employers, were the state of Nevada itself through the 700-hour program that we have, as well as Sephora warehouse here in Las Vegas by the way of our work readiness program at Sephora. You can see the pictures of our lovely representatives, Jack Robb, the Director of Administration, who received it on behalf of the state of Nevada, and Enrique Pichardo, who was the General Manager of the Sephora Distribution Center. All right. So our next set of services, our next clients are students. So the earliest set of services that VR provides are pre-employment transition services. These are services which are provided to students with disabilities starting with the age of 14 in Nevada. As I mentioned, VR is required to reserve 15% of its Section 110 federal grant on provision of pre-ed services. The reason for this change that was added to the portion of the reason for this change which was added to the VR portion of the VO Act, is the well-researched and proven belief that if we reach students earlier in their lives and assist them in identifying which careers they will be interested in entering and then provide supports necessary, they will have a much higher chance of being successful in their careers and much more confident in their abilities. Pre-ed services are provided, pre-ed services are provided expanded services into 5 focus areas to students with disabilities who also have individualized education plan or IEP plan or 504 plan. Whether or not they have applied, they can receive these services whether or not they have applied or been found eligible for VR services. Individual services are carefully planned in coordination with students' individualized education program, and the 5 required services, as you can see on this chart, are job exploration counseling, work-based learning experiences, counseling on post-secondary opportunities, workplace readiness training, and instruction in self-advocacy. Next slide just shows how many students we have served in the state fiscal year 2023, which is 1,173 students. We are providing services in all the school districts in the state and have so far served 84 schools. In total, we have spent about $2.3 million on the pre-ed services in Nevada. So here are some of the types of pre-ed services that we provide. Summer camps, summer youth internship program, which has been in inception since 2018, and since then we have placed over 310 students into this internship opportunity. This is about 6-week internship opportunity where the VR pays for the wages, and we have over the last year started expanding from the public sector and also brought in a lot of private businesses as well into this program and are continuing to expand into this year. We also have pre-ed camps, which you'll see shortly on the next slides, which also have been something that we have been expanding, reaching pretty high levels. Also, in partnership with the Nevada Department of Education, we have purchased an online career exploration tool called Virtual Job Shadow, and have purchased 17,000 licenses, so a license for each student with disabilities in Nevada, to ensure that we have services in each school, whether we are able to physically provide the services there yet or not. On the following slide, you can see some of the camps that we are planning for this upcoming summer. Altogether, we have 18 camps planned for the summer, which includes camps in Northern Nevada, Southern Nevada, rural Nevada, specialized camps in terms of specialized for specific types of disability, such as camp for deaf and hard of hearing, or camp for blind and visually impaired, and also specific camps for types of vocations, such as aviation, welding, behavioral health, automotive, culinary, and so forth. So really trying to provide a whole array of services and ensuring that students really get a great experience and are able to really experience what it would be to be in a certain vocation as they kind of make that choice. Next slide. So on this slide, I think we only have one success story. We could definitely put a lot more on there, but this presentation was getting a little long. We're definitely very proud of this story. Eugenio, when he first came to us, was already losing his vision and was not able to be very independent even at his home. His family was doing a lot of basic helping with some of the basic life services, and he has, I think, experienced the whole breadth of VR services. Initially receiving independent living skills, also temporarily visiting here Southern Nevada and going through our residential blind services training program, which we have established in partnership with Opportunity Village, and Subsequently, once he has completed that training, then expressed interest in becoming a business owner, entrepreneur, then went through the Business Enterprise Program, and is now a successful owner of the biggest little cafe, which has opened at the Reno City Hall in the fall of last year, and is now employing some of his family members. So he kind of went a whole circle there, and I think we're very proud of that story. The next program that we have, or the next grant on this slide, in partnership with Department of Education, we have applied for Nevada for the Disability Innovation Fund pathway for partnerships, and the purpose of this grant was to help states bring all of the disability services from preschool through adulthood into one place. So that way, because one of the biggest obstacles that families, that people with disabilities, kids with disabilities, as well as their families have, is just not understanding what all services are available out there. We have jointly, we have partnered with about 9 different partners here in the state of Nevada, which is the first time that we have such a great number of different disability-focused agencies partnering and applied for this grant, and we were successful in receiving it. We have received about $10 million of this grant as a state. Part of that was passed on to vocational rehabilitation, and we are working on a specific portion of that grant, which is creating one website where all of these services are going to be located. This is a 5-year grant, so we're hoping to have this website and this resource fully available to Nevadans who need to use it within the next 2 years. And then we have another 2 years of funds available for maintenance of that website. And the next slide, you can see all the locations where you can find us. Our main services are located in Reno and Las Vegas offices, but also we are located in each one of those one-stop centers, each one of those employee and V hubs throughout Nevada. And that concludes my presentation. So with that, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our next presenter, and someone who all of you are very familiar with, Executive Director of Owen, Scott Hammond.
Madam Chair, for the record, do you want to ask any questions of Administrator Lees, or you want me to just continue to go?
If he wants to be able to leave, I can ask my one question if anyone else had any questions for him. Because I realized once I feel like we're keeping you here all day, and I'm sure there's like lots of good stuff you could be doing. So I can ask my question if anyone else does, and then hopefully we don't have anything else pertaining to vocational rehabilitation. One of the questions I had, and it actually came in, was when we're looking at disability in the different categories, would this be